What's new, motherfuckers? So, quick fucking recap. Yesterday I did a loyalty mission or two. I did a bunch of scans on planets for resources. I got some upgrades for powers and abilities and the like. Oh no, it was a pretty good goddamn day.
Charlie's the redheaded girl who was introduced in season 6, who was no, it's the ginger, who fucking is like Dean's little sister. Quite literally, the Frankenstein family smoker. That's the one that the Stein smoke in fucking... Okay, what's the worst... Okay, what's the worst smoking? What's the worst civilian, like, quasi-civilian smoking? Is it Charlie? Or, what's the fucking, Asian kid's name?
Oh, push that arm a little bit. Oh, I tell you what. Oh, I also got my monthly grocery delivery yesterday, and bought a brand new air mattress. And I can tell you right here, right now, ooh, that made a difference, buddy. Abso-fucking-lutely. Last night was one of the best sleeps I've had in a long time. I didn't have to worry about trying to be all cockeyed to avoid where the mattress had gone to shit and was dipping like a motherfucker and all that. Like, oof. I slept well. I honestly feel more rested right now than I've felt in a long time.
She likes to do arts and crafts. She's forklift certified. She's really good at golf and softball. So her and Dean are like, yeah, look at that ass. Look at those boobs.
Because full fucking beds are goddamn expensive. I get a good air mattress for fucking $60. Full bed, just a base bed, none of that fancy schmancy crap with all the bells and whistles and bullshit is gonna run you several $100s. And I'm not trying to put out like $300-400 fucking dollars to buy a goddamn bed. Fuck that. Air mattress works. It does the goddamn job.
Family. He doesn't do the whole weird bullshit they do. He's just a normal, like, you know, he's a normal kid. He's just like, yeah, I go to school and I'm smart and shit. And Dean goes, I don't give a fuck. Like, he smokes the kid.
Where is that fucking short shit anyways? Tell her I said get her sorry ass up in here or I'm gonna kick her ass. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, Chaos Fury. Hey, Stitchy coming in with a resub. Appreciate it. About time you showed up. She's so short, she needs a step ladder to get to the bottom shelf of the pantry. I bet she over there like, fuck you, Zim. Why Zim always got to call me short? I'm not short. I bet you're right about now. She's so mad about being called short, she's starting to sound like Eric Cartman.
By the way, the way he just did that fucking move on Homeboy will make this I put money on Dean.
No, Kitty, that's my papa.
See, the best motherfucking part, though, is I know Stitch loves me. I know she loves being around me. I know she loves hanging out with me and shit. And I know she doesn't mind that I'm going to give her shit, because she knows that's just who I am. So she'll come in here, she'll run her mouth, but in the end, it's all good. I ain't worried about Stitchy. Although being that short means she has less distance to fall to hell. You know that's why short bitches are always pissed about everything, right? They're that much closer to hell than the rest of us. It also means they're that much further away from heaven, too. So, I mean, it kind of works on both sides of the coin. She gonna kill me one of these days. I know she gonna kill me one of these days, but it'd be worth it.
Quite literally, hey, like, here's the crazy thing that I don't know why we, yo, and Thursday say this. She's literally fucking Oracle.
I'm not your baby. Boy, I'm older than you. See, you need to specify that when you make a comment like that. There's gotta be context, motherfucker. You can't just, like, have me go, one of these days she gonna kill me, but it'd be worth it, and then come around and go, but she can't hurt my baby. Bitch, I am older than you. I ain't your baby. The fuck you talking about? Think I'm offended by being referred to in that fashion? Wait, hey, did you? Are you listening, Stitchy? Like, did you hear the progression there and then see what was typed after what was said? Like, I literally said that one of these days Stitchy's gonna come over here and kill me, and I'm gonna enjoy it. And as soon as I get done saying that, this motherfucker types in the chat just the words. This is all he says. But she can't hurt my baby. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, the fuck? This motherfucker tried to call me his. I'm not his baby. This motherfucker ain't my parent. If he was, I'd shoot him then me. That'd be some fucked up shit. How the fuck this motherfucker gonna be my parent when I'm like 10 or 15 years older than he is? How the fuck that gonna make sense? You can see the confusion. Motherfucker making out-of-pocket statements like that, no motherfucking context and shit. Oh, and by the way, if you two have not seen either one of these, I do recommend them. The new He-Man movie is now on Prime, free to watch. It is fucking amazing. And the new Mortal Kombat 2 movie is now free to watch on HBO Max. Or you can rent it on Prime Video. But why pay like $30 to rent it for like a couple motherfucking days when you could pay like $10 a month and you're gonna have that motherfucker on there for like at least the next couple of months? Like, why pay out the motherfucking money for that shit? I'm waiting for the new Supergirl movie to hit streaming so I can watch that shit. Oh, that looks good. Like, I hear all these fans are pissed about the new Supergirl movie apparently bombed in theaters. But so did the new He-Man movie, so did the new Mortal Kombat. But they are kicking ass on streaming platform. So I hear fans complaining about it, and my first thought is, well, sure, He-Man didn't make a whole lot of money in theater, neither did Mortal Kombat 2. But I guarantee you they are making bank and then some on streaming platforms. So my thought is that the fans aren't really pissed about anything in the movies. They just didn't want to pay the 15, 20 bucks a ticket to go see that motherfucker in theater because their dumb, lazy asses didn't want to get up off their fat ass and get out the house and go to a public place and watch a film in a fucking theater. I was like, nah, bitch. Nah. I paid like 12 and a half bucks for my ticket to go see He-Man. I paid like 12 and a half bucks for a ticket to go see Mortal Kombat 2. I saw both of them in theater. I spent about 20 bucks on concession stand stuff. And because there was some really cool fucking gear, like collectible stuff that came out with a He-Man movie, I spent an extra $40 to get what they had available for that collector shit. Basically, the collector item I was able to get for the He-Man movie, I wanted the sword, like the Sword of Power, but they didn't have any left. I was pissed. But I got Castle Grayskull, and it's part of it's like a cup holder, a drink holder, and then part of it you can put like a popcorn or something like that in like the centerpiece of it. It's cool as shit. That shit was worth $40. Hell yeah. And then the movie was just really well done. Like, I was really impressed with the casting choices. Some of them worried me a little bit because I didn't really know them, or their roles in films have been less than spectacular. I gotta tell you, like, and I said this the day after on my next stream, I'm not a big Jared Leto fan at this point. I'm not. Until I saw him in the new He-Man movie. He was really good. I really enjoyed Jared Leto as Skeletor. He was surprisingly good. Like, I saw Leto in a couple different things, including his attempt to play Joker in that one Joker movie that was just, or the Harley movie, whatever it was, that had Jared Leto in it as Joker, and he was just so bad. And I'll admit, I don't know if that's necessarily the fault of Jared Leto himself. At least, I don't know if it's entirely his fault. I think at least part of it was the part was just written piss poorly. Like, whoever wrote that shit didn't give enough of a fuck to actually, like, do a good job with it, especially since in that particular movie the part played such a minimal role in the overall film. But Leto has had a history of being in terrible roles in films and TV shows. And it's unfortunate because the new He-Man movie really lets you see how talented Jared Leto is. Leto took the role of perhaps the most iconic cartoon villain of the 1980s in the US. I would argue that Skeletor is the most iconic animated US villain of the 1980s and even on up into the 1990s. And he made the role his own and paid homage to the character, and just like, honestly, I felt Leto's Joker like I felt the character was real. It seemed real. I could see if Skeletor was real in real life, I could see him being just like that. So over the tops, just so flamboyant, so theatrical. Because that's what he was in almost every appearance he's ever had in any form of media. He has been such a flamboyant, such an over-the-top, such a theatrical character. And Leto nailed that. Props to Jared motherfucking Leto, man. Props to Jared Leto. What the fuck do you expect me to do about that, Stitch? I ain't breaking the bro code. You must be crazy. I break the bro code, I get brought up before the bro council, and that ain't good. Nah, you got to deal with that on your own. As the number one rule of the bro code says, bros before hoes. Now, if it was really an important matter, I could intervene. The bro code allows that. But it's fucking animal crackers. That's between y'all. I ain't getting involved in all that. Alright, get those Pokeballs in motherfucking chat, motherfuckers. Really, you dumbass bots are still trying to pull this shit with me on fucking Discord? Nah, bitch, get the fuck out of here.
You know what? I'm sorry. Yeah, you can. Fucking 100%.
Fucking trying to like friend me and shit out the motherfucking blue. I don't know you.
Hey, Amber, you're welcome. You're welcome. I count your fucking. What do they say in the Real Housewives? Your selective amnesia.
Also, as a note to my mods, and I decided this yesterday during stream because I'm getting sick of seeing this shit. If you see some name come in here, and they basically all have this message: hey, I'm on the road, I brought my homies in to watch you, can you add me on Discord? Like, add me on Discord. First offense for the name. Time that shit out. If you see that same name pop up a second time, ban the motherfucker. Because I don't know if they're a bot or not, but I know that shit's annoying me. Alright, let's get this shit finished. Also, people, like, again, I talked about this. People bitched about the variation of Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat 2. I think the main complaint is the age of the character. For about half Johnny Cage's time in Mortal Kombat, he's been at least 30 or older. In Mortal Kombat 9 through 11, he was like middle-aged. So, you know, there's that. And then like in MK1, he's like middle-aged too. The new MK1. So y'all motherfuckers just shut the fuck up, get over yourself. The actor who played Cage in that movie, wonderful job, and I love the part how it was written out. It showed Cage's heroism, it showed his sarcasm, his comedy, which has been things he's always been known for in Mortal Kombat. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience to watch that man bring that character to life. Y'all don't like it, y'all could go fuck yourselves. This new Johnny Cage was on point, and that actor was lit in that role. Motherfuckers just trying to cancel everything. That's what the problem is. We got all these dumb motherfuckers out there claim to be fans of this franchise or that franchise, this character to that character. But anytime they see that character or that franchise, they always trying to find something to bitch about just to hear themselves bitch. I am sick and tired of that shit. Like, I don't like Britney Spears. I don't like NSYNC. I think they're both fucking trash. You don't see me constantly just finding things to bitch about with them. You don't like it, keep your goddamn mouth shut, keep your fucking bullshit to yourself. That's what I'm saying. Because the rest of us don't want to fucking hear your whine. We're fucking sick of that shit at this point. I had to fucking listen to you damn morons with the Transformers movies by Michael Bay. The G.I. Joe movies. The Ninja Turtle movies by Michael Bay. I had to listen to it with Mortal Kombat. Fucking He-Man. And all this other bullshit. I am just sick of listening to you run your mouth just for the sake of running your goddamn mouth. Had to listen to it with Mass Effect fucking Andromeda.
Why are we comparing Dune to Marvel?
I've listened to it with the Marvel Universe stuff. Like, I'm just done. I'm done trying to be nice to these motherfuckers. I'm done trying to be polite and try to point out the good shit and you know, dismantle their arguments politely. Nah, fuck that. Most of the time, an opinion a person holds is not necessarily right. It's not necessarily wrong. Most of the time. Well, with these whiny motherfucking punk ass kids out there running their mouth just to run their mouth about everything these days, and they've been doing it for 20 years, your opinions are straight up fucking wrong, and all of you can go suck a dick. Then all you can get bent over and taken up the ass without lube. Just straight raw dogged with a goddamn 6-inch round fucking branch. And I hope you get splinters right up in your ass.
Got some good news today. Heard that Tiz ENT's TikTok account got banned permanently, baby. Oh, Jimmy, what happened?
Alright, now I need to go grab me a cup of coffee right quick and in a motherfucking hurry. So I'll be right back, then we're going to get into actual play. Hang on. All right.
Mom dabbed her napkin to her cheek. Dad lowered his head. Diane squeezed Mom's hand like they were exhausted from caring for me. I sat by the kitchen door while strangers admired a sacrifice they had not made. After the toast, Mrs. Holloway stopped me by the restroom. Did the fund help with the treatment? She asked. Before I could answer, Mom appeared and slid her arm through Mrs. Holloway's. We are not discussing money tonight. When Mrs. Holloway walked away, Mom turned to me with a voice as soft as a pillow over my mouth. Do not make our kindness look dirty just because you are embarrassed to need it. Our kindness? I asked. You have no idea how hard this has been on us, she said. Your illness landed in the middle of Diane's happiest season. I went back to my little table and did not touch dessert. If you have ever sat in a room where everyone praised the people...
Time to go scan some planets.
Was I wrong for feeling something go cold right there? If you think I was not wrong, please give this a like so I know I am not the only one who would have waited for proof instead of screaming. The wedding happened without me in the family photos. Mom said the album should look hopeful, and my tired face would pull the eye. In the hallway outside the bridal suite, I asked, did you raise money in my name? Diane stepped into the doorway. Today is not about your little investigation. Little investigation? That was when I knew she knew. I looked at Dad. Did you know? He rubbed his forehead. Your mother handled it. There it was. Mom handled things. Diane deserved things. Dad avoided things. I survived things. I left before the ceremony. No one came after me. At home, I opened the drawer and started...
There we go.
Because paper was the only place my family ever got honest by accident. To folder her slowly. A church newsletter with a fundraiser total. An email about Mara's medical support account. And a card saying, hope this helps with transportation. When I texted Mom asking if any money had been set aside for my bills, she replied, we used what we had for family need. Stop keeping score. A week later, Diane posted honeymoon pictures with the caption, worth every sacrifice. Renee saw it, tapped the folder and said, do not confront the story. Click the rotation. So I did. I finished treatment in late winter. My scan came back clean. The doctor said remission. Carefully. Renee cried harder than I did. My parents left flowers the next day. The card said, we always said our strong girl would beat this. Strong girl. The flowers went in the trash because the smell made me sick. The card went in the phone. I did not sue. I did not post. I paid my own bills and worked overtime at the hospital finance office, helping strangers apply for assistance my family had pretended to give me. I changed my emergency contact from Mom to Renee. The red peppermint today stayed on my desk. Empty, scratched, useful. Nearly 2 years after the diagnosis, my mother called during a staff meeting. I ignored it. Then Dad called. Then Diane. By the time I stepped into the hallway, there were several missed calls and one text from Diane. Call Mom right now. Mom had fallen in the garage and broken her head. Surgery was done. Rehab was uncertain, and she could not go home alone. Dad's back was bad. Diane had a toddler. Insurance would only cover so much. They needed real help. Hands, mornings, medication, showers, rides. And because I was unmarried, childless, working near a hospital, and known for surviving, they had already provided the solution. Mom cried, I need you to come home for a while. As if I had not been quietly removed from them. I asked, have you hired an aide? We cannot afford that. Use the support account. The crying stopped. What support account? Diane called an hour later, sharper than Mom. She said the family carried me when I was sick, and now it was my turn. Then she said, you owe them for the way they showed up. I almost told her about the empty chemo chairs, the wig, and the bulletin, but proof used too early becomes drama. So I said, send me the information she needs. Diane exhaled like she had. The family pressure started the next morning. Aunt Linda texted that daughters should not need convincing. A cousin said Mom had shown beautiful strength during my illness. That told me the old lie was still alive. The first public push came at church. Mrs. Holloway asked me to meet her after service because she had something I should see. I sat in the back while the pastor prayed for Mom. Then he looked toward me and said, we watched this family rally around Mara. We trust that same love will carry Cassidy down. People turned. Mom sat in front in a wheelchair, dabbing her eyes. Diane stood beside her looking tired and noble. Dad held Mom's hand. After service, women touched my arm and told me what a blessing it was to give back. One said, your mother was everywhere when you were ill. I smiled because my face knew the truth. Mrs. Holloway found me near the bulletin board and pressed an envelope into my hand. Mother said you were too proud to use money. Inside was a copy of the church benevolence ledger. Love offering for Mara Bell medical needs. Deposit accepted by Cassidy Bell. Grocery cards for Mara. Signed out by Diane Bell. Transportation fund. Cash dispersed to Cassidy Bell. There were dates beside each line. Dates when I had been in chemo. Dates when Mom told me not to be heavy. Dates when Diane was posting final fittings. At the bottom was a total. It would not have made me rich, but it would have paid months of bills and kept me from skipping medicine twice because the copay scared me. I folded the page and put it beside the peppermint tin in my purse. Then I went to my parents' house. Mom was in the recliner, giving instructions like being injured had promoted her. Diane had a laptop open. Dad hovered near the sink. Diane smiled. Good. We made a schedule. My name filled almost every week. Mara overnight, Mara away. I picked up the schedule and folded it once. Diane snapped, "What are you doing? Taking my name off a plan I did not make." Mom's voice went small. "Laura, please. I am scared." Her one breath, guilt rose in me, old and trained. She looked frail, but fear did not erase choice. I said, "I will help you find care options. I will not become the care away. Diane laughed. "You work in patient assistance, and now you want to act like a stranger? I know exactly what strangers are owed." I said, "Clear paperwork, not my body." That boundary did not stop. It only showed me how far I would go. 2 days later, a hospital social worker named Brooke called. Mom had listed me as primary caregiver for discharge. Diane had confirmed I would move in. Dad had said I agreed. I sat at my desk with my lunch untouched. I did not agree, I said. Brooke paused. I wondered. No one could provide your signed consent. Signed consent. Those words steadied me. Brooke lowered her voice. "Your mother's discharge will not become safer because people write your name where they wish it belonged." So I sent an email stating I was not available as an in-home caregiver, not moving in, and not responsible for tasks assigned without consent. Brooke replied, "Received and added to the chart." My family had always used public feeling against me. I had finally used a record. The final push came at a recovery luncheon Diane organized in the church fellowship hall. She called it a gratitude meal for everyone supporting Mom. I knew what it was. A room, a crowd, a script, and my mother looking at me. I went because Mrs. Holloway said the benevolence committee would be there. Side table sat the crystal punch bowl from Diane's bridal shower. Beside it were donation envelopes marked "Care for Trustee Bill." My mother's name. I looked at Diane. She saw me see them, and her smile flickered. Mrs. Holloway came beside me. Diane offered to handle deposits. She said your family already had a system. A system? Yes, they did. After lunch, Diane stood beside Mom and spoke in a trembling voice. "When Mara was sick," she said, "our family learned how to come together. Mom carried so much then. Now it is our turn to carry her." People nodded. Then Diane looked at me. Some of us are still learning that love means showing up, even when it interrupts our plans. Public, polished, cruel. Mom cried softly. "I just want my family around me. I do not understand why that is too much." Every face turned toward me. The old me would have explained too fast. She would have begged the room to understand the empty chairs, the wig, the bills. I did not beg. I set the red peppermint tin on the table beside the donation envelopes. "My friend gave me this during chemo," I said. "She sat beside me while medicine went into my body. My parents did not know my treatment days." Diane said, "This is not the time." "It never was," I said. Then I laid the ledger copy flat. "I am not here to argue about feelings. I am here because this church is being asked to give again, and the people giving should know what happened the last time my name was used." The pastor stepped closer. I kept my voice even. "You prayed for a family supporting me, but I went through treatment without my parents at one infusion. I paid my own bills, and the funds for my medical needs were signed out by my mother and sister." Diane reached for the paper. Mrs. Holloway placed 2 fingers on it first. "This is copied from our own ledger." That did what my voice could not. The pastor took the page. His eyes moved down the lines, then to Mom, then to Diane. Diane started fast. "It was family money. Mara is twisting this because she never forgave us for the wedding." Mom said, "We used it for needs." I said, "Then show which needs." Dad sat down. That hurt more than the shouting. My father sitting like a man, finally too tired to keep pretending he had not benefited from knowing less. The treasurer, Paul, asked whether there were receipts from the first fund. Diane said, "Why would I keep receipts from 2 years ago?" Paul looked at the new envelopes. "Because you offered to handle this fund too." No one needed to shout after that. The right people sent her enough. The benevolence committee collected the envelopes before the week ended. The pastor said all giving would pause until oversight was in place. Mrs. Holloway squeezed my shoulder once, and that was the only comfort I wanted. Mom whispered, "How could you do this to me?" I looked at the crystal punch bowl, bright and empty under the light. "I did not do it to you." I stopped letting you do it through me. Diane followed me into the hallway. "You ruined Mom's support," she hissed. "No," I said, "I ruined your access to it." She stepped closer. "You think that makes you better?" I put the peppermint tin back in my purse. "No, it makes me unavailable." Dad came out next, holding the ledger copy folded unevenly. I did not know the term. I believed him, which made it sadder. "Did you know I was a lawyer?" I asked. His eyes filled, but he did not answer. That was answer enough. The fallout came in practical pieces. The church put the new care fund under oversight, so Diane could no longer touch it. When Mom could not produce receipts from the old fund, the pastor called it a breach of trust in a meeting that did not stay private for long. Dad called 3 days later and said he was sorry for not coming to chemo. He said he told himself Mom and Diane were handling it. I said that was easier than showing up. He took it. Diane never apologized. She sent one long message about how I had always wanted to make her look spoiled, then a shorter one asking if I could help with the care application. I answered, "Send it to the social worker." Mom stayed angry. She told people I chose strangers over blood. In a way, she was right. The care plan got made without me inside it. A licensed aide came in. Dad learned the medication schedule. Diane took 2 evenings a week after the pastor asked publicly how the family schedule was going. A soft question with sharp teeth. Aunt Linda signed up for meal delivery and stopped texting me about duty. I helped once by forwarding an office number and a list of documents. No reward, no punishment, just information. That became the line I could live with. Information, not sacrifice. When Mom finally called, her voice was stiff. "I suppose you want me to say I am sorry. I was washing the peppermint tin even though it was already clean. I want you to mean it," I said. After a long pause, she said, "I cannot give you what you want." For once, she was honest. "Okay," I said. She waited for me to fill the silence with comfort. I did not. Last week, her aide canceled. Diane could not.
Yo, Danny boy.
Me to Launching probe. And the daughter she had abandoned without leaving. So I gave her the answer I deserved. Probe launched. She stopped crying so suddenly I could hear the television behind her. Mara, she whispered, I hope you get the help you need. I said, but it will not be me. I hung up before she could turn need into blame. Then I rinsed my soup bowl and set it in the drying room. Renee knocked a minute later, using the little rhythm she always used. When I opened the door, she held up a bakery bag and smiled like she already knew I had chosen myself. The kitchen was quiet. The folder was closed. A tin caught light, and nothing was waiting to be taken from me.
Alright, that system is handled.
My stepmom told me I would not get anything from my dad's $40 million will. She sat there, all happy, during the reading, but then the lawyer read one sentence, and I smiled. Lydia said it before attorney Ethan Cole opened the folder. You can save yourself the embarrassment, Karen. Your father made his decision. You are not receiving a personal inheritance. She pushed a cream envelope across the table. Inside was a document titled Voluntary Renunciation of Beneficial Interest. The signature looked like mine. It was not. My Uncle Michael reached for it, but Lydia pinned the page beneath 2 fingers. Robert wanted peace, she said, using my father's name as if she owned that too. He knew Karen would make this difficult. Since my father died, Lydia had locked me out of his house, removed me from the company directory, and blamed me for missing foundation money. Now she expected a forged surrender to make me leave before the truth was read. I looked at Ethan. Did my father personally give you that? Beside Lydia sat Daniel Price, Chief Financial Officer of Harper Senior Living. 3 days earlier, he had emailed every manager saying I had no authority to enter company property because of Miriam's accounting concern. Ethan read the employee gifts, scholarships, and charitable bequests. Then he reached the
Probe launched.
My daughter, Karen Harper, shall
Something
receive
on our
no
sensors.
personal distribution under this will, because every remaining asset shall pass into the Harper Stewardship Trust, and Karen alone shall serve as its independent
Launching
trustee,
probe.
voting director, and protector, with immediate authority to audit, suspend, or remove any person managing trust property. For half a second, nobody moved. Then I smiled. Lydia gripped the table. That is not what he told me. It is what he signed, Ethan said. Daniel finally looked at me. That was when I saw fear. The clause did not give me $40 million to spend. It gave me control of every company, property, and record while an independent audit was complete. My father had not left me a prize. He had left me a job. My father built the company from one converted farmhouse and a borrowed delivery fleet. I did not grow up as heroes. During college break, I filed maintenance
Launching probe.
served lunch trade, and listened while he hounded me with questions from that blue ledger. Lydia arrived later, charming in public and careful in private. She never ordered me away when he could hear. She simply changed dinner times, forgot to offer invitations.
Probe
And
launched.
I was too busy whenever I called. By the time I noticed the pattern, every conversation with him had to pass through her. Ethan's linen
Launching
came
probe.
toward me. I recognized it from my father's key ring. The teeth were scratched in dark foil. Lydia stared at it. That belongs to the lake house. The lake house locks were changed years ago, I said. Ethan said my father ordered him to hand it to me only after the trust clause was read. He never identified the lord. Lydia laughed too quickly. Robert was confused near the end. He remembered every employee's birthday, Uncle Michael said. Ethan said Daniel would remain chief financial officer for 10 business days. Lydia could stay in the marital home for 6 months, but remove nothing. You cannot put my house under inventory, she snapped. The trust already did, Ethan said. She pressed her purse
Probe
against her
launched.
side. It was the same one she carried from my father's office the night she stopped me from seeing him. He had asked me to bring soup and his old blue business ledger, but my door code failed. Through the speaker, Lydia said, I upset him. Then Daniel's car pulled out after midnight. And
Let's get those Pokeballs in the chat.
and turned off the porch light. The next morning, Daniel removed me from the Foundation Finance Committee. A memo claimed I approved payment to a
Probe away.
contractor I had never heard of. Lydia turned that accusation into public shame at my father's memorial. The church hall was filled with employees, donors, and residents. I arrived with a framed photograph for the front table, but my place card was gone. You should have let me
Probe away.
Lydia whispered beside the podium. People are uncomfortable after what happened at the foundation. When I asked what happened, she softened her face with a
Probe
watching
launched.
grin. Please do not make me explain your behavior at your father's memorial. Then she took the photograph from me. During her speech, she thanked Daniel for protecting my father's legacy during a
away.
paper breach of trust. Several people turned towards me. She never said my name, but she did not mean to. I went through the rest of the
Launching
memorial
probe.
with the framed photograph missing from my hand, and strangers avoiding my eyes. One nurse who had known me since I was a teenager started toward me, but Lydia touched her elbow and whispered something. The nurse stopped. That tiny retreat hurt more than an argument. Lydia was not only accusing me, she was teaching everyone how to treat me before I could speak. Afterwards, she stopped me near the coffee table. Your father spent his last weeks correcting the mistake of trusting you. Uncle Michael stepped beside me. Then why did the contractor invoice use an approval code assigned to Daniel? Her smile slipped. Grief is making you suspicious. The second came from Vanessa Ruiz, my father's executive assistant. She found me in the parking lot carrying a box from her desk. Daniel had fired her that morning. Vanessa handed me a system printout. The disputed invoice had been approved at night from my father's private office. My badge had supposedly opened the building 12 minutes earlier. My badge was in my wallet, I said. Your original was, Vanessa replied. Lydia requested a duplicate in your name. 2 months before my father died, Lydia told security I lost my badge. I had not. Someone collected the replacement using another signature that looked like mine. Vanessa lowered her voice. Your father asked for the badge history. Daniel deleted
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I'll check it up in my quarters. I gotta go feed the fish.
My parents told my fiance I've been lying about my career for years. They said he should rethink the marriage. He listened quietly. Then he looked at me and asked them something they clearly didn't expect. They were shocked. My mother's voice slices through the quiet restaurant. She's been lying to you for years. Every head at the table turns toward me. I feel the heat rush to my face, but I don't speak. Not yet. My father leaves for the room, looking straight at my fiancée. She doesn't have the career she told you about. He says calmly, you should rethink this marriage before it's too late. The waiter freezes beside us, holding a tray of drinks. My fiancé, Ethan, doesn't react right away. He just sits there, fingers folded together, listening. My heart is pounding so loudly I'm sure everyone can hear it. I finally whisper, Mom, what are you doing? But she ignores me. She pretends to be successful, my mother continues. But the truth is, she's always been a disappointment. The words hit harder than anything. For a moment, the whole restaurant is silent. Then Ethan slowly lifts his head. He looks at my parents. Then he looks at me. And finally, he asks me something they clearly didn't expect. Before I say anything, can I ask you both one question? My parents exchange a confident glance. Of course, my father says. Ethan leans forward. And what he asks next makes my mother's face lose all its color. My name is Skylar Bennett. I'm 27, and I'm telling this because the night my parents tried to ruin my engagement, they accidentally started the biggest mistake of their lives. I grew up in Cedar Falls, Iowa, in a house where nothing I did was ever enough. My parents loved the truth. They loved appearances, but they never loved me the way parents should. My older brother Nathan was their pride. Straight A student, football captain, the golden child. And me, I was the problem. Too creative, too emotional, too independent. That's what they said. When I graduated high school, I told everyone I wanted to become a doctor. But I didn't want that life. I wanted marketing, social media, branding. So when I moved to Chicago for college, I changed everything. New city, new career path, new life. And for the first time, I felt free. By 25, I was working at a small startup marketing agency. It wasn't glamorous, but I loved it. And that's where I met Ethan. He walked into the office one morning, wearing a blue hoodie and carrying 3 laptops. Which one of you is Skylar Bennett? He asked. I raised my hand. He smiled. Good. You're the only person who answered my email without corporate nonsense. I laughed. That was the start of everything. Ethan ran a fast-growing tech company. My agency handled his brand.
Let's get some Pokeballs out. Let's see. Ooh, Kitsune coming in hot with the raid. I appreciate that, little darling.
You don't pretend to be someone else. I smiled. If only my parents believed that. That was the first time I told them about them. The pressure, the expectations, the constant criticism. Ethan listened quietly. Then he said something simple. Ben, stop trying to impress people who already decided they won't be impressed. That sentence stuck with me. 2 years later, we were engaged. The happiest moment of my life. But there was one problem. My parents had never met him. I avoided it for months, but eventually Ethan said gently, if we're getting married, we should meet them. I knew it was a terrible idea, but I said yes anyway.
I see you right in, kid. But there we go. I was gonna say, but you still show us online. Then I do a refresh, and no, you're not. I said you came in hot with the raid. What's up, Kitsune? I appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you, you fucking crazy woman, you. I don't know why the fuck anybody would raid little old me. I'm a Yankee, basically raised in many Southern traditions. I got a foul mouth and broad opinions that I am not afraid to share. And I cuss so fucking much, I make a fleet of sailors fucking blush. I'm proud of that. So what the fuck y'all motherfuckers want to talk about?
This lawsuit was filed by Mr. Wright and his wife, Richard, and some unnamed officers that happened to be on scene. This lawsuit was filed on May 28th, 2026, shortly after the release of my breakdown video. Mr. and Mrs. Wright are asking for damages in excess of $1 billion. It's hard to request for surprise. Once they are violated, they must make these cities and these police departments pay. Here's the factual allegations. Mr. Wright indicates that he was lawfully present on his bike, which you've seen in the video. He absolutely had his dog secured on a leash, and he was committing no crime at the time. Video was clear that his dog was on a leash. You see Officer flap on the sidewalk and start addressing Mr. Wright, ordering him to the ground forcefully with a taser. To ask several times, what's the reason for the stop? What's the reason for the stop? Yet he's unable to articulate that stop. Mr. and Mrs. Wright claim this was politically motivated. The statement that I got him was directly targeting Mr. Wright. You've seen on the video. Mr. Wright asking, why are you wrenching my wrist? You're hurting me. And Officer Shuck doesn't care. They're alleging that Mr. Wright was handcuffed with excessive force, despite not resisting or disobeying commands. That he received physical pain, including wrist injury, which we kind of see on the video. That his medical condition was restored. We saw it no time was he taken to the hospital where he received medical treatment. In the video breakdown, I showed that multiple officers were trying to handle evidence going in and out of Mr. Wright's pockets. And evidence was allegedly found on the ground, later found in the car. And Mr. and Mrs. Wright were alleging that this evidence was fabricated. I showed you that the prosecution dismissed all charges. You saw that he was asking questions in the back of the jail van. Not one time was he advised his brain rights. Again, the plaintiff alleges that the dog remained properly on the leash at all times, and that Mrs. Wright was known to the defendants as a woman who actions were absolutely motivated by political activity. Mr. Wright is seeking damages for physical injury, emotional distress, PTSD, aggravation, and a loss of liberty. Mrs. Wright, she's asking for damages for emotional distress, reputational harm, and interference with political
Let's see if I can get this planet done with 18 left.
Mr. and Mrs. Wright claim further allegations of false arrest, false imprisonment, excessive force, malicious prosecution, fabrication of evidence, failure to intervene. Because remember, multiple officers were on scene, and not one of them intervened, or one of them reported negligence, the city of Pompeii, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and absolute retaliation. As citizens, it's absolutely important that if your civil rights are violated, or if you believe that you were subject to police misconduct, to seek justice, file your formal complaints, file your lawsuits. Money is the only thing that holds these individuals accountable. As I mentioned earlier, the Palm Beach Police Department is an absolute breeding ground for lawsuits. Recently, the Palm Bear reported a lawsuit against the city of Palm Bay, and you'll recognize the name of this officer, Officer Leonard. He was highlighted in a recent video. Rollins absolutely terrorized the children of Miss Leitner on a traffic stop. He failed to intervene and failed to report in that incident, and now he's the subject of a lawsuit. The allegations are that Officer Lynn, a sworn Palm Beach police officer, accessed and restricted personal data of Kwanzaa Henderson through David, DBL Nation. You must know, especially here in the state of Florida, that your David information is absolutely secret. Law enforcement officers cannot access your David without some sort of legal reason. This happens all the time, and if you're not sending public records requests to FDLE to make sure that your David is not being misused or ran against your will, you need to start. I highly encourage you, if you haven't done so, send a public records request to FDLE and ensure that your David information is not being ran without purpose, that you are not being targeted for retaliating because these types of incidents are common. It's actually a criminal offense for an officer to access your David without that reason. Here's the irony of it all. Henderson is employed as a police officer with the Times Police Department, and he's nowhere near the city of Palm Beach at any time when Lynn executed the search. What you have is you have a Palm Beach police officer running the David history of a Titusville police officer. The allegations suggest that this is personally motivated, and here's why. Henderson and Lynn work together at the Cocoa Police Department, personally to each other, and Lynn absolutely
All right.
records.
That system is finished.
2024, where I said
One more planetary system in this galactic cluster.
complaint on our police department, and they failed to investigate or discipline Lynn at all. I'm talking about a SWAT culture within the walls of the Palm Bay Police Department, and yet, you guessed it, Officer Lynn is a SWAT member and is absolutely protected by Chief Agella, Chief Spears, command staff, and his SWAT buddies. And the city of Palm Bay will pay for that as well. Palm Bay highlighted numerous cases in his report against the Palm Bay Police Department.
I took my mom to my sister's engagement dinner. Right after we arrived, I overheard my sister's fiance whisper to his friend, "Her mom looks like she belongs in a trailer park." My mom's face dropped. She turned to leave, but I grabbed her arm and whispered, "Don't go yet, Mom. I already have a plan." 6 months later, I sat it beside a marble fireplace with my mother's sleeve bunched in my fingers and her pearl pin trembling against her chest. My name is Arden Wells. I was 32, and I worked as a compliance auditor for a restaurant supply company in Columbus, Ohio. Most people hear that and imagine spreadsheets. They do not imagine how useful it is when a polished man thinks paper only matters after someone richer signs it. My mom, Claire, owned Bluebell Kitchen, a little breakfast place with green booths, mismatched mugs, and a blue sign my dad painted before he died. She opened before sunrise, paid her staff before herself, and still kept my father's biscuit recipe in a dented blue tin above the mixer. My sister Tinsley grew up embarrassed by all of it. She hated chilling like fried potatoes after school. She hated strangers knowing her business. So when she got engaged to Camden Vale, son of the family behind half the shiny restaurants downtown, she acted like she had finally been upgraded. Camden had soft sweaters, clean hands, and a voice that could make a threat sound like advice. His parents' house looked like a hotel that did not want guests. Glass walls, white couches, flowers taller than children. Mom wore her navy church dress, the pearl pin Dad bought at a flea market. In the car, she asked if it looked too old. I said, "It looks like him." She smiled and touched it again. At the door, Camden's mother, Maribel, kissed the air on Mom's cheek. "Claire, how sweet. You wore your little pin." Mom said, "My husband picked it out." "How sentimental," Maribel said, like sentimental meant cheat. Tinsley stood near the dining room in a cream dress, laughing too quickly. When she saw us, her face loosened for half a second, then tightened again. I noticed. I always noticed my sister trying to pretend she was fine. Camden hugged Mom and said, "I still cannot believe Bluebell Kitchen has lasted this long. Places like that have character." He said character the way some people say odor. Mom answered politely, "We do all right." "Oh, I know," he said. "People are very attached to their people, not customers, not neighbors, people like an obstacle."
Let's get some Pokeballs in chat.
Pantry, hidden behind a wall of flowers with his friend Griffin. Then came the line, "Her mom looks like she belongs in a trailer park." Griffin laughed into his glass. Camden added, "Once the wedding is done, we can clean up the whole family brand." I did not step out. I did not give him the scene he deserved. I turned and found Mom by the hallway, already looking toward the front door. Her face had dropped in that quiet way that hurts more than crying. "I think I left the stove on the floor," she whispered. "Bluebell had been cooking for hours." I grabbed her arm. "Don't go yet, Mom. I already have a plan." She looked at me like she wanted to trust me but did not want to trust her. That was Mom. She had survived so much that she had started calling silence dignity. We stayed at dinner. Camden's father, Rhodes Vale, lifted his glass and toasted new beginnings, old traditions, and family businesses finally being brought into the future. Mom's fork paused. Across the table, Tinsley stared at her plate. Maribel asked Mom if Bluebell still used handwritten receipts. Mom said, "Some people like paper they can hold." I said, "Paper is wonderful in court." The polite laughter stopped at our end of the table. Camden looked at me then, really looked, like a chair had just spoken. After dessert, Tinsley pulled me into the powder room and locked the door. Her hands were shaking around a folded napkin. "You heard him, didn't you?" "Yes." She unfolded the napkin. In Camden's handwriting were 5 lines. Bluebell name, recipe 10, lease option, vendor list, Claire Goodwill problem. I read the last line twice. "Claire Goodwill problem," Tinsley whispered. "I found it in his jacket last week. I told myself it was business planning. I folded it and slipped it into my purse. Now it is evidence." She wiped under one eye. "Please do not tell Mom yet. She will blame herself." I should have refused. Instead, I nodded because my sister looked like someone standing on thin ice and trying not to hear it crack. Over the next month, Camden started visiting Bluebell like a man touring a house before buying it. He asked where Mom kept old recipes. He asked whether the lease was in her name. He asked if she had ever considered a smaller kitchen, something less exhausting for a woman her age. Every visit came with a smile. Every smile came with a question. Then Maribel invited Mom to a family tasting at Vale Hall. Mom baked 3 pies because she did not know how to enter a room empty-handed. The host saw the boxes and said, "Staff deliveries go around back." Mom blinked. Maribel swept over. No, this is Tinsley's mother. She brought home dessert." Isn't that Russian?" A few women laughed. Mom looked down at the boxes like they had betrayed her. Inside, I saw a menu mock-up on Rhodes's tablet while he argued with a chef. At the top, in blue letters, it said, "Bluebell by Vale." Under it were Claire's Sunday pie, heirloom biscuits, farmhouse breakfast board, my mother's name, my father's recipes, already printed. I took a picture before we turned around. That night, I called my friend Holland, a small business attorney who handles trademarks. "Has your mom licensed her name?" she asked. "No." "Signed a partnership?" "No." "Then someone is either dreaming or stealing. Start collecting Watching code. So I collected. Then Mr. Dawson, the retired teacher who owned Bluebell's building, came in twisting his cat. I got an offer for the strip, he told Mom. Camden sat 3 booths away, pretending to read emails. Mom asked, will they honor leases? They said so. Camden looked up then, soft as cream. Claire, change can be a blessing. Tinsley and I can help you transition. Transition where? Mom asked. He smiled. Maybe somewhere with less pressure, maybe no kitchen. Mom wiped a clean spot on the counter until it shone. I wrote his words on the back of a receipt. The shower came in September at a private club. Maribel asked Mom to bring biscuits for a family touch, and placed them near the coat room under a card that read, Claire's Country Bites. Not Bluebell Kitchen. Not even her real business. Claire's Country Bites, like a costume. During the toast, Maribel raised her glass and said, we are so excited to blend our polished world with Tinsley's charmingly simple roots. Claire has agreed to lend us her recipes, warmth, and sweet little restaurant history. Mom whispered. I did not agree to that. Only our table heard. Maribel leaned down without losing her smile. Oh, honey, you will. It is for Tinsley. That line sat in the room between us. Love turned into a leash. That night, after closing, Mom, Tinsley, and I sat in Bluebell with the lights half off. Chairs were stacked on tables. The blue recipe tin sat in front of Mom. I told her enough. The napkin, the menu photo, the offer on the board, not every detail. Tinsley cried without making noise. Mom opened the tin and took out Dad's biscuit card. Her thumb moved over his handwriting. They want this? She asked. They want the story attached to it, I said. She looked at Tinsley. Do you still want to marry him? Tinsley stared at the floor. I wanted to marry who he pretended to be. Mom put the card back, closed the tin, and showed it to me. Then we stopped beating him. Silent revenge started quietly. No more free cinnamon rolls. The office lock changed. The recipe tin moved to a safe deposit box before sunrise. Holland filed emergency trademark paperwork for Bluebell Kitchen and the logo Dad painted. Tinsley kept smiling at Camden while photographing every folder he left open. The second proof came from Camden's email, printed because he did not trust clouds. He wrote to Rhodes, Tinsley is emotional, but Claire will sign if we make it part of the wedding week. She will not embarrass her daughter in front of guests. Rhodes replied, get the recipe archive scanned before the old lady gets sentimental. That was when my anger stopped feeling hot and started feeling organized. They were not only stealing, they were choosing the moment Mom would feel too ashamed to say no. One evening, Camden came in after closing with lilies in a folder. I think we should talk like adults, he said. Mom was mopping. I was in the office with the drawer cracked. He placed the folder on the counter. This is a small licensing agreement. Let's use Bluebell for the wedding menu and future projects. You stay involved, of course, Mom asked. And if I say no, his voice softened. Then Tinsley starts her marriage with tension. I would hate that. Mom looked toward my cracked drawer. Leave it. He left quietly. After he drove away, Mom picked up the folder with 2 fingers. The first page said, Bluebell Heritage Transfer, not license, transfer. He had handed us the next page of his own undoing. Greer slid the invitation across the counter. It announced a donor preview for Bluebell by mail, a cherished local brand thoughtfully elevated. Investors, food press, the mayor's office, and business leaders were invited. Mom was listed as honored founder. She read it once, then set it down. I do not want my name on their lie. That was the plan. We accepted. Tinsley told Camden she had convinced Mom to cooperate if they made her feel respected. Camden, according to my sister, looked relieved enough to cry. He told Rhodes, I told you the old lady wanted a stage. The old lady. Another line for the file. Holland also warned me not to get excited too early. A bad plan is not always an illegal plan, she said. You need the moment where they admit they know Claire never agreed. So we kept letting Camden believe Mom was nervous, not prepared. The hard proof came on a rainy Thursday. Camden came into Bluebell asking for the original recipe cards for display. Mom offered copies. No, he said, originals matter. People can tell when something is real. Mom told him they were somewhere safe. His jaw tightened. He leaned over the counter, both palms flat. Claire, without us, Bluebell is just an old grease spot of pancakes. Upstairs, Tinsley had left her phone connected to a baby monitor app behind the coffee urn. The audio caught every word. Mom asked, is that what you think? Camden laughed once. I think the transfer is happening either way. Rhodes already paid for the launch. Signed before the preview, and Tinsley smiled. Refused, and by summer, this whole block is under renovation. With or without your little sign. Is that a threat? It is business. Tinsley sent me the recording while I sat in my car outside work. I played it twice in the rain. His voice sounded uglier, but no one important could hear him. Holland listened and said, let him stand on that stage. The preview happened 6 months after the engagement dinner at Vale Hall. The same lemon oil smell, the same polished floors, the same kind of people who laughed when power gave them permission. But Mom did not wear navy. She wore a soft blue dress that matched the old sign with Dad's pearl pin at her collar. Tinsley wore blue. I wore gray and carried a brown envelope. Maribel greeted Mom with both hands. Claire, you look perfect. Very on theme. Mom smiled. I dressed for my own sign. Maribel did not understand. I did. At 7, Rhodes stepped under warm lights beside a covered sign. Behind him, a slideshow showed Bluebell Kitchen photos stolen from Mom's old posts. Dad painting the sign. Tinsley and me in paper hats. Mom at the griddle. My throat tightened. They had stolen grief too. Rhodes said, tonight is about honoring a humble local legacy and helping it grow beyond modest beginnings. Then he called Mom to the stage. For 1 second, she did not move. Tinsley squeezed her hand, then let go. Mom walked up alone. Rhodes handed her the microphone. Claire, tell everyone how excited you are to entrust Bluebell Kitchen to the Vale family. Mom held the microphone too close. It squealed. Someone chuckled. She lowered it. I was invited here because I was told this night would honor my restaurant. owner founder of a company I did not agree to join. Tinsley took the second microphone from the stand. And this, she said, her voice shaking once, is Camden telling my mother what he really thinks of her business. The audio filled Vale Hall. Without us, Bluebell is just an old grease spot with one investor set his drink down like it had become heavy. Then Camden's next line played. The transfer is happening either way. Camden rushed toward the technician table, but Griffin grabbed his sleeve. Do not touch anything, he hissed. Even his friend knew the room had turned. The business reporter lifted his phone. Mr. Vale, did you solicit investors for a brand you did not control? Rhodes tried to. This is a family misunderstanding. Holland stepped forward. For clarity, trademark filings have been accepted and legal notices served. Continued use after tonight will be treated as no injury to Mirabelle's face went pink. Tinsley, stop. You are embarrassing yourself. Tinsley looked at her. No, I am done helping you embarrass my mother. Then she pulled off her engagement ring and set it on the cover side. A small click, somehow louder than shouting. Camden stared at it. You were serious? I was serious when I loved you, she said. That was the problem. Mom reached for the cloth covering the sign and pulled it down herself. Underneath, in bright blue letters, was Bluebell by Vale. She stood there reading it. Then she removed Dad's pearl pin from her dress, pressed the sharp end into the vinyl, and dragged it straight through the word Vale. The tear sounded cheap, perfectly cheap. Nobody laughed then. My mother destroyed their lie with a flea market pin my father had bought for $1. The fallout started before we left. 2 investors asked for their binders back. The Restaurant Association president walked out without shaking Rhodes' hand. The mayor's assistant was already on the phone. Greer hugged Mom so hard the pin almost fell. Camden followed us into the lobby. Arden did this. He snapped. I turned to him. I documented it. He pointed at Tinsley. You will regret making an enemy of my family. Tinsley looked tired, not afraid. Your family tried to turn my mother into packaging. Maribel came behind him, crying carefully. Claire, please. We can fix this quietly. Think of Tinsley. Mom looked at her for a long second. I am thinking of her. Then she took my arm and we walked out. By morning, the article was everywhere. The headline was simple. Vale Hospitality accused of using local diner brand without permission. The audio clip spread even faster. Old grease spot with pancakes became the line people repeated with disgust. By the end of the week, Vale paused the launch. 3 vendors withdrew. Rhodes resigned from the Restaurant Association board before they could remove him. The shell company dropped its offer on the strip. Maribel lost her charity luncheon contract after Greer quietly told the planning committee what had happened. Camden sent Tinsley message after message, each one somehow blaming her. She read 2, then handed me the phone. Block him before I answer like a fool. I blocked him. The settlement came later, after letters, meetings, and one very tired mediator who kept asking if everyone wanted coffee. Bluebell kept his name. Vale paid enough for Mom to repair the roof, replace the old wiring, and give every employee a bonus. Tinsley moved into the apartment above Bluebell for a while. She cried in the walk-in cooler once, then laughed because the place she used to run from had caught her when she fell. On Saturdays, she started learning the recipes, not the scanned kind, the real kind. How dough feels when it needs another minute. How gravy looks right before it breaks. How Mom hums when she is counting change. One afternoon, I found Tinsley reading Dad's biscuit card at the counter. She said, I used to think this place made me look small. I sat beside her. And now she looked at the chipped boots, the crooked specials board, the old men arguing softly by the window. Now I think Camden looked small standing next to it. Mom kept the torn Bluebell by Vale sign in storage for a week. Then she cut away the ripped word Vale and threw it out. She kept the blue part that only said Bluebell and hung it above the time clock. The employees stood there quietly the first time they saw it. The pearl pin stayed bent. Mom never fixed it. She wore it crooked on purpose. 6 months after the preview, we held a real anniversary dinner at Bluebell Kitchen. No investors, no white roses, no fake quote, just pancakes, hot roast, pie, and a line out the door. Greer brought flowers. Holland brought the trademark certificate in a frame. Mr. Dawson brought his new wife and left too much money in the tip jar. After closing, Mom put the blue recipe tin back on the high shelf above the mixer. Not hidden, not offered, just there. She touched the chip sign by the door before locking up, like she always did. Only this time, her shoulders were straight. Outside, the blue light hummed against the dark window, and my mother stood under her own name again. Now tell me honestly, was I wrong for letting Camden and his family walk all the way into their own public launch before exposing what they tried to do to my mother? Should I have warned them privately and protected Tinsley from the humiliation? Or did my mother finally deserve to have the truth spoken in a room full of people who thought they could buy her silence?
Launched. You know, it was the Republicans who agreed to this hearing. They agreed that this should be in public and on television. And, you know, it's possible they're only watching right-wing pro-Trump news. So they haven't heard much about what Jack Smith actually did in this investigation. They may not know much about who he actually is and how he speaks. I don't know why Republicans agreed to do this today, but I'm guessing they did not expect that Jack Smith would just spell it out like this so clearly. He would spell it out. The evidence he found and the conclusions that he drew about the president's criminal behavior.
Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent state slates of presidential
Alright, this
Did he spread lies and conspiracies
system, I think, is done.
believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the
Yeah,
certification
looks like she's done.
of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own Vice President Mike Pence to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn to the Constitution?
He did.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that in trial.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes, after an investigation following the facts in the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a
Pokeballs out.
unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Wait. Fucking flag on the play. I said the room we are in and through the hallway.
Oh shit, I didn't see you raided in Gamer Night. I saw you came in, I didn't realize you raided though. Thank you.
Yeah, he definitely said he was trying to kill us. Now, okay, I'm obviously gonna stop him before he starts moving.
I found references to a forger named Vade in CSEC crime reports record. Perhaps that is a good place to start looking. Also, according to CSEC, a drill recently passed through customs. The CSEC office may have more information.
Because now all information.
I'm sorry, but can I help you, ma'am?
It's been a couple years since I passed through here. Security seems to have tightened a bit.
After the Geth attack, there was a review of security protocol. A few minor changes were made to reduce the risk of Geth infiltration. We apologize for the inconvenience.
You think a Geth would stand out?
Assumptions are dangerous. Be alert, be safe.
Ugh. Fucking allergies.
How dare you sneak in here? Mom slapped me at Dad's black tie birthday, and the governor stood up and revealed who I really was. I landed before I could hand my
your time.
Next.
I was not a thief. I had done something worse in my parents' world. I had found the wrong paper. The Vale Family Education Fund was supposed to help local children with tutoring, uniforms, laptops, and emergency rent. My father gave speeches about service. My mother chaired candlelit benefits. I was the daughter who stacked chairs.
You'd think Citadel security would be the tightest in the galaxy.
I know CSEC too well to believe that's true.
I see no fewer than 14 fatal flaws a skilled assassin could exploit. 8 of them existed when I was here 10 years ago.
Hey, ship bro.
Yes?
You are bright, Emma, but not special enough to understand what adults do to keep an organization.
I'm trying to find a local forger. He goes by the name of Fade.
Yeah, I know him. The alias, anyway. He's been a thorn in the network division's side for the last year. He works with the Blue Suns. Where can we find him?
If I knew that, he'd be in a cell. Best I can do is put you on the trail. There's a warehouse in the marketplace. Some of Fade's contacts work out of there. Go ask them some questions.
Gently, of course.
Why haven't you been able to catch him?
Whoever he is, he's damn good at avoiding CSEC. I think someone on the inside's feeding him information. Either that or he's got access to our databases and comm channels. I don't know which is worse. But you're outside CSEC. Maybe you can nail his ass.
I should be going.
You need anything else, let me know. Yes?
My associate's trying to find his son. We think a local criminal may have hired him.
It should be easy. We don't see many Drell here. There we go. One of my men reported a Drell recently. And he was talking to Mouse. Interesting.
Mouse?
Ah, petty criminal. Probably not the guy who hired your boy, but a messenger. He's a former duct rat. Runs errands for anyone who'll pay.
What sort of trouble has Mouse been getting himself into?
Odd jobs for shifty people. Duct rats take whatever is available to get by. Data running, fencing stolen goods, selling illegal VI personalities. Actually, he was selling one of you.
Me?
Yeah, when you erase the file, it would say, I delete data like you on the way to real errors.
That's pretty extreme, Commander.
Laugh it up, Garrus.
Buggy don't. He crashed every half hour. The error message was about how the galaxy was at stake and you should fix the problem yourself.
What was it you called Mouse?
Duct rat. It's a local slang for the poor kids who grow up in the station. When they're small, they tend to play in the ventilation ducts where adults can't get to them.
Aren't the ducts dangerous?
Every couple of months, we pull a little body out of them. Lacerated by fan blades, broken by a deadfall, suffocated by vacuum exposure. Those are just the ones we know about. More just disappear. Maybe they get sucked into space. Maybe they fall into the protein vats the keepers run. Mouse survived long enough that he can't fit in the ducts anymore. He was one of the smarter ones. Lucky.
I've heard enough.
Mouse is usually upstairs outside the Dark Star. He works out of a public comm terminal. You should pick up a copy of the Shepherd VI when you talk to him. It sounds like your boy's running with the wrong crowd.
Yes, I agree.
If Mouse can't get you in touch with your son directly, he'll know who can. I'll help you if you need it.
You don't know us, Captain. Why are you going so far to help us?
I've worked the Kara for 2 years. Every day kids turn to crime because they've got no other choice, because their parents don't care. You're trying to save yours.
He faces a dark path.
We better hurry then.
You didn't tell him that Kolyak plans to assassinate someone.
He's a cop. They try to stop Kolyak and one of them could end up dead. I don't want that.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Shepard.
Fine, fine. I just need to pick up some spices. Amino dextrous and amino sinister if you have it. You don't mix your spice correctly. What cooking school did you say you went to? Just want something tasty to burn? Why don't you just go to Fish Dog Food? Tell them ask for their tummy tingling chunks.
Shepard, are you looking to continue your education? It's one thing to know how to use the pencil, but do you have the motorik skills to develop a learning strategies for activities that keep us on track?
I wonder what a Presidium fish would taste like. I'm telling you, there are no fish out there. I hear we're not there once.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite
Maybe a fish, then?
What? Why? It's a fish. Fish have nothing to do with the Citadel. Besides, it'll be dead in a couple of years.
Welcome to Citadel Newsnet. I'm Emily Wong. The corpse of Denaria Claris, a sanitation worker reported missing from Kitloy Ward, has been found. CSEC has issued a statement that foul play is suspected in Claris's death. The investigation is ongoing.
Yuan Wan in Dragons Forever is the absolute peak of martial arts cinema villainy. Playing the ruthless syndicate boss Hua Shen, he delivers a masterclass in screen presence that you will never forget. Instead of sitting safely behind a desk, Yuan Wan plays this gangster boss with a bizarre, unforgettable swagger. He wears sharp suits, aggressively chops a unlit cigar, and struts around his hidden chemical factory like a lethal cartoon character. He is deeply eccentric, completely unhinged, and utterly terrifying. As a real-life peaking opera brother to the main stars, Yuan Wan's physical skills are mind-blowing. He doesn't just punch, he glides. His flexibility is unmatched as he launches lightning-fast high kicks, spinning backhands, and physics-defying flips, all while keeping
So what do you think?
cigar
Maybe a shotgun? I like the assault rifle. It's like a non-stop barrage of death. If you can hit it.
He moves with such explosive speed and crisp precision.
You know what's good? Alliance Corsair. The battles are pretty realistic, but it's still fun. And you can do solid on an Omni
Dish out incredible pain. It is the perfect blend of high-stakes comedy, elite acrobatics, and brutal martial arts. Hua Shen is a legendary antagonist, making Yuan Hua the ultimate MVP of Dragons Forever. Yuan Hua in Dragons Forever is the absolute peak of martial arts cinema villainy. Playing the ruthless syndicate boss Hua Shen, he delivers a masterclass in screen presence that you will never forget. Instead of sitting safely behind a desk, Yuan Hua plays this gangster boss with a bizarre, unforgettable swagger.
Yeah, sure. I can get you 2 cases by the end of the day.
You mouse?
What are you... Oh, shit. Krios. I thought you retired.
He is deeply eccentric, completely
Commander Shepard? I thought you died. You went with me.
Be still, Mouse. You can change your pants in a moment.
He doesn't just punch, he glides. His flexibility is unmatched as he launches lightning-fast high kicks, spinning backhands, and physics-defying.
Thanks, nobody warns you. At my 18th birthday party, I quietly transferred my $3 million.
How do you know Thane?
Chris?
into a trust.
He didn't...
As a precaution. Thank God I did, because the
If
next
he didn't say
morning,
nothing,
my parents
I
said,
ain't
your
either.
donation is
When we heard the name, I didn't think it could be the same Mouse. He was a contact on the Citadel when I was active. He and some other children would gather information on my targets.
You put children in danger to spy for you?
Children, the poor. My people's word for their kind is Dralafa, the ignored. They're everywhere, see everything. Yet they are never seen. You gave another Drell instructions for the assassination. Who's the target?
I don't know. I didn't ask. As the people I work for?
We don't have time for this.
Dave, help me.
Help me, Mouse. My son is out there, in the dark.
That's why I cared for him. Thought you'd want me to. Please.
Explain.
He came in, said he was looking for work. He had a hollow of me, the one you took, Rios. I put the word out. It was your old contacts. Elias wanted to hire him. Elias Kellum.
thing? That Shepard VI you're selling?
Oh shit, you heard? Look, you were dead. It was totally legal to make a VI of you.
Give me a copy and we'll call it even.
What? Sure, yeah, absolutely. Sorry about the whole... Just so you know, there's 3 bullets who are passionate all the time.
Tell me about Kellum.
Human. Moved to the Citadel about 10 years ago. He was little people when you were here, Krios. He got big after the Geth attack. Lots of the big guys from before got capped, all in big fancy apartments up in the Presidium. Now he runs the rackets on the lower end of the war. Shin Akiba. Seriously bad news.
I didn't want to do that, Mouse. We just don't have much time.
Just go away, man.
Mouse, I'm sorry too.
Just go.
The kind of person who looked like he had never lost a document in his life. A week before my birthday, Aunt Elena called him because my mother had asked the church office a strange question about whether donor pledges could be prepared.
That couldn't have been easy.
Mouse knew more about my life than Koliak ever did. He smiles up at me, broken teeth and scabby knees, bare feet black, a dead-end future looking up at me, worshipping the petty gifts I offer.
Yo, that guy, what up?
But I left him, as I left Koliak.
Mouse said you had a hollow of him.
Yes. A foolish bit of sentimentality. I can perfectly recall every moment I spent with Mouse. He pulls at my arm, smiles. He wants to know that I remember him, that anyone would remember him. I take the hollow. He smiles.
I try.
Miniature on my palm. Then a frown crinkles his brow. He pats my pockets, checking for other hollows. Where's your son, Krios? He asks.
Don't blame yourself.
If I don't, who will? We must carry it.
He answered like he had been waiting. Is the folder blue? He asked. Yes. Then read what I sent you. All of it. He sent the trust documents through a secure link. I sat on a closed toilet seat in my birthday dress while people outside sang for me, and I read every page until the words stopped swimming. The trust blocked family pledges, unauthorized.
Alright, I gotta do this Presidium fish bit. I don't remember exactly how to do that.
Everything my grandparents left me was out of reach. At the time, I thought I was being paranoid. By breakfast, my parents proved I had been late. After Curtis took my
That sounds like a you problem, that guy.
message to the family group chat saying I was overwhelmed by sudden money and needed patience. By dinner, cousins were texting me little hearts and lines about staying humble. By the next morning, Harbor House had left a voicemail thanking me again for my courage.
I mean, you think seeing this game play out as a youngin' is terrifying? It gives you nightmares? Imagine how bad it is to see Darth Vader on the big screen for the first time when you're like 5 or fucking 6 and the movies are just literally coming out. Imagine watching Michael Jackson's Thriller on TV for the first time when you're like 5, 6, or 7.
You ever had ramen? It's a delicacy back
Now that shit is terrifying.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
The nerve in my saying that there are occasional moments. Jake loves to run. What if it makes you fall down?
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
She did not ask why my parents had left me there. She just opened the passenger door. Get in. On the drive, she told me the part everyone had been whispering around. Harbor House is short more than renovation money. She said, your mother pushed me off the finance committee after I asked for receipts. Your father's company took advance payments for
This looks like the place.
Just talking about the war department. You sent me here. Come on.
to make the numbers look whole. I looked out the window, watching streetlights slide across the glass. So it was never about helping kids. It may have started that way, Aunt Elena said, but now it is about covering.
Alright.
The next morning, August came to the duplex with
Bathroom, coffee, laundry, right back, hang tight.
It came in pieces. First, the donor portal showed an account created in my name 2 weeks before my birthday. The email was not mine. It used my full name and the word family. The recovery phone belonged to Patricia. Then the printer log showed the pledge packet.
Oh, adult responsibilities suck. And I blame that guy. It's all his fault. He's such a sumbitch.
So I brought him to Rachel's wedding weekend, not because I trusted Megan, but because I was tired of acting like she owned every room. The rehearsal dinner was not even halfway through before Megan started. She asked Ryan how we met, and if he was
Awards party? Why would you come to his Acera Ward warehouse?
Amber needs a lot of reassurance. Ryan smiled politely. I like women who tell the truth. For 1 second, Megan's face emptied. Then she laughed. That is adorable. But the first crack came before dessert. Megan passed around a gold binder she had made for Rachel. Wedding schedule, vendor contacts, emergency numbers, seating notes. She called it her maid of honor Bible, though Rachel had never asked for one.
You're not quite how I imagined you.
And saw Ryan's name listed under Megan's phone number.
Can be deceiving.
Megan whispered. I stared too long. Megan reached across the table and snatched the binder out. Typo.
Which one of you wants to disappear?
I'd rather see you make someone reappear.
That's not the service we provide.
Make an exception. Just this once.
Damn it. Quick! Shoot them! Shoot them, you lovely!
Too slow.
Why do I even bother?
We're looking for someone. A client of yours.
Not mine. I'm not paid. I just work for him. Sort of.
I knew it.
Well, then maybe you'd like to tell us where to find him.
Yes, of course. He's in the factory district. Works out of the old prefab foundry.
I know the place.
Oh, he's got a lot of mercs there. Blue Suns. Harkin thinks they're protecting him.
If you have ever had someone make you look insecure while they were quietly setting the trap, please give this a like so I know I am not the only woman who has stood in a room full of smiling people and felt completely alone. I followed Ryan to the bridal suite. Inside, Megan.
How the hell did Harkin end up being the Fade?
Well, he got fired from CSEC a while back. He used his knowledge of CSEC and their systems to help a few people disappear. Then he made himself disappear, and Dave was born, so to speak.
Interesting. But it changes nothing. We still need to find him before we can get to Sedonis.
Well, let's go pay Harkin a visit.
We'll need to go to the transit station. I can get us to him from there.
So I can go?
Sure, but if we don't find Harkin, we'll be back for you.
Oh, good.
Wait, this was a trick, wasn't it? You sent me to the wrong place just to get me to leave.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Been trying to get this refund for 2 years. 2 years! Not picking up now.
You'd get a lot farther in life if you just held on to your service orders and receipts.
During dinner, Rachel had not planned open speeches, but Megan stood with a glass before anyone could stop her. I know today is about Rachel, she said, but family is also about healing. Ryan's hand found mine under the table. Megan looked straight at me. Some of us blame others when relationships fail.
Let's see.
The meat isn't fresh out here, but you won't find any better dried seaweed on the station. We have 6 kinds of beer on tap.
Welcome. The Zakara Ward Marketplace provides shopping and storage space for the less privileged.
What sort of things
the
are
Sort of Sourness Applications offers professional goods. However, CSEC recommends that
This area looks
inhabitants of the wards typically have less income than
There
those.
must be some way to
Sorry, such technology is
A pleasant dream. But technology can't cure for me.
The recorded histories of all sapient...
There must be some way to
such
A
technology.
pleasant dream. But
That's all for
Thank
now.
you for using Avena. Have a pleasant day.
From the bridal suite, audio was running while I tested the camera. Megan had made her mistake before breakfast. Rachel asked him to pull the clips up in the vendor room. The photographer set the camera on a folding table and played the file. The video showed the empty bridal suite. You can see Megan's cream sleeve.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my...
It's something to do with the Omnigel modulator's heatsink, right? That's why he asked us to go to Sardis. So, is it a heatsink?
Then her hand appeared, placing my silver bracelet into her open makeup bag. Rachel covered her mouth and then continued. Megan said, if Ryan finds it, perfect. If Amber finds it, even better. She will accuse me.
Good day, citizen.
Everyone will remember why nobody brings her anywhere. The photographer...
I'm just proud.
Come back soon, Shepard.
I trust you, Michael. What medical upgrades do you want?
She could tell another lie. Rachel called our mother, our grandmother, Aunt Patricia, Brandon, and Megan into the small family lounge. No gas, no microphone.
I just got a refund and exchange, and I was told to pick up a new Omnigel for Burger Day.
I don't think you have the right place.
No, they said to go to where. This is the where.
Her own hand placed my bracelet in the makeup bag. Brandon stepped back. When her voice said, everyone will remember why nobody brings her anywhere.
We don't have a karaoke machine anymore. You do not want to hear trouble.
Her face did not ask me to be quiet. Megan tried. That is out of context.
With our Unification Day special, you can get up to 2,000 credits back. Such a deal. Could I interest you in a Turian Esperance sporting shuttle? Unmatched acceleration.
No, you packed your own proof. Megan pointed at Ryan. And what is he? Your witness? Ryan stepped forward, but I touched his arm. Ryan is my boyfriend, I said. That is all he needed to be. Megan's face twisted. You always act like everyone owes you protection. My grandmother's voice cut through the room. Megan, stop. Everyone turned. My grandmother had excused her for years. That one word did more than any speech. Rachel unclipped Megan's maid of honor pin from her cream jacket and set it on the side table. You are done helping with my wedding. Rachel said, sit down or go home. But you do not touch another schedule, vendor, card, guest, or microphone tonight. Megan looked around for rescue. Nobody moved. She left alone. I thought the proof would make me feel clean, but it did not. It made me quiet. I sat
I hear this is the best place for food on Zakara Ward.
You heard wrong. This is the best place for food on the whole damn Citadel.
family changed sides at first, not with speeches, with silence. Ryan stayed beside me the whole night. When I apologized for dragging him into it, he shook his head. You did not drag me anywhere. She tried to make me part of a lie. I am glad I saw it before I became useful to her. That sentence helped more than he knew. Near the end of the night, my mother came to my table. Amber, she said, I owe you an apology. I believe the easier version, the one where you were sensitive and Megan was just charming. I am glad you saw it, I said. She nodded, crying. Can we talk tomorrow?
Welcome.
Not
This
tomorrow.
is
Her face fell.
the Alliance Embassy has issued a travel advisory for human...
Let me hear the travel.
If you feel you are being followed or threatened, talk
That makes it so much better.
Many non-human residents disagree with the Alliance-led...
That explains it.
Be advised that your inquiry has been forwarded to Citadel Security. Thank you for using Avena. Have a pleasant day.
I read those messages while sitting at my kitchen table, still in yesterday's eye makeup, and I cried harder over that little
Yes?
word than I had cried over the video. Then the deeper truth came from the hotel business center. Linda called Rachel because someone had used Rachel's event login.
I should be going.
The county probation.
You need anything else, let me know.
The page had been blocked, but the attempt was recorded in the browser report. Rachel called me shaking. Why would Megan be looking at probation stuff? I searched public county records that night. Megan Westbrook deferred sentence.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite.
All I'm saying is that these mementos will help me remember that. Welcome back.
These stores are owned by the
We offer an assortment.
Thanks for your
Of
time.
course, citizen.
It had been part of a pattern. Megan took things from weddings. Names, addresses, trust, little pieces she could turn into stories or accounts. Her probation officer's name was Officer Brennan. I called the county office Monday. A calm voice answered. Officer Brennan, I told him my name. I told him the hotel report,
Can do that
fake
here.
email, the seating logs, the bracelet, the raw clip, and the binder. When I finished, he said, do not confront her about the probation issue. Send what you have. Let the records speak. Let the records speak. I liked him before I ever saw his face. Megan went quiet. Then my grandmother announced her anniversary brunch. She said she wanted healing. Megan would be there, but she promised not to bring up the wedding. As if Megan followed promises when nobody held proof. Marcus called from the county line. We may conduct a scheduled field contact if Miss Westbrook attends. He said, if she uses the brunch to pressure witnesses, do not agree to private conversations. There was no warmth in his voice, just a professional warning. Officer Brennan, I said carefully, my grandmother wants me to bring someone so I do not feel alone. Would it be inappropriate if you attended as my guest? A pause. Yes, he said. While supervising your cousin, that would be inappropriate. He pushed my face. Understood, but I am already scheduled to make contact if she attends. He continued. I may be present at the restaurant in an official capacity. That is not a date, of course. And Amber, yes, bring someone you trust anyway. So I brought Ryan, and Marcus walked into
Just looking around.
Look elsewhere. We don't like your kind here.
Megan had arrived with flowers and a bakery box, playing the softened version of
10 credits, we offer data protection for any game we sell. If copy protection ever malfunctions, you can download a new copy free. Those Asari Hanar porn games they sell in Shinakiba, really nasty. Oh, sorry. I was playing this fascinating human game, Solitaire. Did you need something? I wish they still made role-playing games like they used to. These days, it's all big choices and visceral combat. I miss those old games, where you had to remember to drink water, and it took 5 hours real time to fly somewhere.
When I pour a glass of water, it's the same stuff tourists throw garbage in.
No, they purify it first. If some Solarian or human bacteria gets left in, and a Turian or Quarian drinks it, they could die.
Pokeballs out.
Everything would be so much simpler if we all had the same DNA. But no, the universe loves diversity.
Where is that gift shop?
In the market downstairs from the bar. Delea sells aquariums. Fish are the largest pets most station residents can get a permit for.
Thanks for your time.
If you get up to the Presidium, check out the Demile flowers across from the conduit. They're coming in very nice.
Who would be?
Hear about anything interesting going on around here?
Serve drinks. You want to know what's going on? Check the news. I don't know why humans always ask me that.
I'm done for now.
You know if you change your mind.
I mean, this was the one place I hadn't really checked yet.
What do you want?
Why are you so interested in fish from the Presidium?
It's so decadent. Eating a fish from the Presidium would be like screwing Shaima. Ugh, Asari is so squishy. Where are you supposed to get a decent grip?
I talked to one of the Presidium groundskeepers. He said there aren't any fish in the lakes.
What? I told you. Why have all that water if you're not going to store something to eat in it? I don't understand aliens at all. Thanks for telling me. It's always talked about all damn day.
Well, this is fucking terrifying. The FCC decision is out, and they just let one corporation take control of 80% of your local TV news, and that corporation is already firing the journalists who report it. I'm Eliza Orland.
all you want, Harkin. We'll find you.
The suite is ours, Emily hissed. No, Grandma Ruth's trust paid the annual lease.
Enemies ahead!
Should have ended when you changed the mailing address. Cottage declared abandoned. I have plenty. You just never asked what I did after you stopped inviting me to family meetings. The spa manager appeared on the scene with 2 garment bags. Emily looked annoyed. If you make us walk through that lobby like this, I will make sure everyone knows what you did. Everyone knows what happened at the luncheon. I said, you made sure of it. Ruth's cottage sat past the west gate. 2 bedrooms, circuit porch, blue door that stuck in August. To resort it, set it aside decades ago for employee families. My grandmother became a caretaker and protector.
I see you. Scratch one! Go to the scene. Firing a high-impact shot!
Harkin's in here somewhere. I can smell him.
Hostiles up ahead!
Motherfuckers. Screwed me out of getting that one thing back there. Never saw me coming! Scratch one!
Heavy mech overhead. Watch out! The retreat is canceled. Sterling Harbor will fund employee family housing again. Starting here. And Emily can speak through her lawyer. She is my wife, I know. You chose her in every room where I needed my father.
Dust.
Enemies ahead!
What the hell is Hawken up to?
So Harkin's completely bad.
One afternoon, he arrived with Grandma's...
He was always a pain in the ass, but I'm in no mood for his games. If he doesn't cooperate, I'll beat him within an inch of his life.
We seem to be getting tense, Garrus.
Harkin may know why Sidonis wanted to disappear. If so, he knows why we're here, and I don't want him tipping Sidonis off.
Two sisters whose mother worked in housekeeping. They moved in with plastic bins, nervous smiles, and a rice cooker. I gave them the copied key Emily had mailed me. The real key stayed on a hook inside the kitchen beneath Grandma's keep copies.
Did you see him?
I saw something.
He's getting ready for us.
What are you gonna do to Harkin if he won't cooperate?
He's a real criminal now, working for the Blue Suns. I should just shoot him on sight, but I need him alive, so I won't do any permanent damage. Just enough to loosen his tongue.
I almost kept it as evidence. I had enough proof enough for I folded the letter and placed it in the empty drawer where Grandma used to keep spare candles, stored where it could no longer run the house. That evening, I sat on...
You don't need to hurt him to get what you want.
Don't worry, Harkin's a coward. He'll talk long before I can really hurt him.
And the brass key rested on its hook under Grandma's note. The west gate was locked for the night. This time, everyone inside belonged there.
What do you think Harkin's got waiting for us in there?
Not sure. It looks like an industrial complex, heavy machinery. Could be anything. Something's in there. Probably more Blue Suns. Harkin's kind of trapped himself in a corner. He must have something in store for us.
You still planning to kill Sidonis when we find him?
That's the plan. It'll be quick and painless. Unlike everyone he betrayed, he'll be spared the agony of a slow death. It's more than he deserves, but as long as he's dead, I'll be satisfied.
Garrus, do you really think killing Sidonis will make things right?
I'm surprised you'd ask me that. You're the one that taught me killing was the best solution.
Only when there's no other option. You still have options.
Maybe, but this is personal. I'll pull the trigger and I'll live with the consequences. All I'm asking is that you help me find him.
Well, there's one more.
Right behind you.
One hand pressed to her necklace, like the truth had reached across the room and closed around her throat. My name is Tessa Greer. I am 32 years old, and back then I worked as an elementary school counselor in a small Michigan town where everybody knew your business. Only brave people said it out loud. My younger sister Rena was 24. She was gentle, messy, funny, and always a little too honest for my parents' taste. My father, Douglas, owned a real estate office with my mother, Marlene. Their faces were on bus benches, youth baseball banners, and
next. Incoming.
Do you really think you can take me down?
Headed out fire.
She was making Raina smaller and dirtier so people would stop asking harder questions. So I stopped defending my parents. When people
I'll be there.
It's going to explode.
You were close, but not close enough.
So, Fade. Couldn't make yourself disappear, huh?
Come on, Garrus. We can work this out. What do you need?
I'm looking for someone.
Well, I guess we both have something the other one wants.
We're not here to ask favors, Harkin.
You don't say.
You helped a friend of mine disappear. I need to find him.
I might need a little more information than that.
His name was Sedonis. Turian came from the...
I know who he is, and I'm not telling you squat.
Harkin, this doesn't have to be hard.
Screw you. I don't give out client information. It's bad for business.
You know what else is bad for business? A broken neck.
All right. Get off me.
No, but Sedonis opened my eyes. Now arrange a meeting.
Yeah, it's me. There's a chance your identity may be compromised. That's why I'm calling. I'm sending an agent. Where do you want to meet? All right, he'll be there. Don't worry, I got it covered. It's all good. He wants to meet you in front of Orbital Lounge, middle of the day. So, if our business is done, I'll be going.
I don't think so. You're a criminal now, Harkin.
So what? You're just gonna kill me? That's not your style, Garrus.
Kill you? No. But I don't mind slowing you down.
You don't need to shoot him. He won't be able to hide from C-Sec now.
I guess it's your lucky day.
Yeah, I hope we can do this again real soon.
I didn't shoot him.
Come on, let's move.
Sedamus better be there, or I'm coming back to finish the job. Harkin's a bloody menace. You shouldn't have just let him go. He deserved to be punished.
Don't waste your time on him. Let C-Sec deal with him now.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Thanks for helping me with this shit.
I'd do the same if I were you.
I learned from the best. I need to set up. I can get a clear shot from over there.
What do you need me to do?
Keep him talking and don't get in my way. I'll let you know when he's in my sights. Give me a signal so I know you're ready, and I'll take the shot. You better go. We'll be here soon. Shepard, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. There he is. Leave him over and keep him talking.
Let's get this over with.
You're in my shot. Move to the side.
Alright. If you're paying attention, and I hope at least a few of you that are in here are, I'm going to give you an opportunity to choose whether or not I warn Sedamus or I move to the side and let Garrus take the shot. So, if you want me to move to the side, put 1s in the chat. If you want me to warn him, put 2s in the chat. I'll give you 3 minutes, give or take. Well, your time's up, chat, and I don't see nobody typing. Do I warn him or do I move to the side? An interesting conundrum. I'll try warning Sedona.
Listen, Sedonis, I'm here to help you.
Don't ever say that name aloud.
I'm a friend of Garrus's. He wants you dead, but I'm hoping that's not necessary.
Garrus, is this some kind of joke?
Damn it, Shepard. If he moves, I'm taking the shot.
You're not kidding, are you? Screw this. I'm not sticking around here to find out. Tell Garrus I had my own problems.
Don't move.
Get off me!
I am the only thing standing between you and a hole in the head.
Fuck. Look, I didn't want to do it. I didn't have a choice.
Everyone has a choice.
They got to me. Said they'd kill me if I didn't help. What was I supposed to do?
Let me take the shot, Shepard. He's a damn coward.
That's it? You were just trying to save yourself?
I know what I did. I know they died because of me. I have to live with that. I wake up every night, sick, and sweating. Each of their faces staring at me, accusing me. I'm already a dead man. I don't sleep. Food has no taste. Some days, I just want it to be over.
Just give me the chance.
He's already paying for his crime, Garrus. Let him go.
He's still got more to pay. 10 men are dead because of him.
Will killing the 11th bring him back?
They deserve better.
Tell Garrus. Guess there's nothing I can say to make it right.
Just go. Tell him to go.
I've never actually done that option before.
I'll try, Garrus. I'll make it up to you somehow. Thank you for talking to him.
I know you want to talk about this, but I don't. Not yet.
I know it didn't go the way you planned, but I think it's for the best.
I'm not so sure.
Give it time.
Yeah. Maybe that'll be enough. I want to know I did the right thing, not just for me. For my men. They deserve to be avenged. But considering this was in my sights, I just couldn't do it.
The lines between good and evil blur when we're looking at people we know.
Yeah, there was still good in him. I could see it. So much easier to see the world in black and white. Gray. I don't know what to do with gray.
You gotta go with your instincts.
My instincts are what got me into this mess. Thanks, Shepard. For everything. Let's get going. I need some distance from this place.
I'm with you.
worked with so many aliens before.
They're small army.
Shepard, need me for something?
Have you got a minute?
Sure, just killing time anyway. I wanted to thank you again for your help with Sedonis. Whatever happens with the Collectors or the Reapers or whoever else comes after us, I know you'll get the job done.
You actually think we'll find something worse than Collectors or Reapers?
I like to expect the worst. There's a small chance I'll be pleasantly surprised.
I couldn't do this without you, Garrus.
Sure you could. Not as stylishly, of course. It's strange going into a suicide mission on a human ship. People don't prepare for high-risk operations the way Turians do.
I thought you'd be used to high-risk operations on human ships. I mean, think about tracking Saren to Ilos.
Sure, but that was quick. We raced out, landed, blew up some Geth, and saved the galaxy. This time we've got Miranda and Cerberus and that AI all telling us what we're up against. I think I prefer blind optimism.
Honestly, Garrus, what do you think our chances are?
Honestly, the Collectors killed you once, and all they did is piss you off. I can't imagine they'll stop you this time. I'm at the area of advanced technology and the Collectors. We're going to lose people. No way around that. Not a happy analysis, I know. Don't worry. I won't spread it around. I'm with you regardless.
Do you ever regret leaving CSEC or the Turian military?
Not for a minute. When it comes down to it, Shepard, I don't think I'm a very good Turian. When a good Turian hears a bad order, he follows it. He might complain, but he knows his place. I just don't see the point in staying quiet in his life. Not when the galaxy is at stake.
How do Turian crews get ready for high-risk missions?
With violence, usually. Turian ships have more operational discipline than your alliance, but fewer personal restrictions. Our commanders run us tight. They know we need to blow off steam. Turian ships have training rooms for exercise, combat sims, even full-contact sparring. Whatever lets people work off stress.
You mean Turian ships have crewmen fighting each other before a mission?
It's supervised, of course. Nobody's going to risk an injury that interferes with the mission, and it's a good way to settle grudges amicably. I remember right before one mission, we were about to hit a Batarian pirate squad. Very risky. This recon scout and I had been at each other's throats. Nerves, mostly. She suggested we settle it in the ring.
I assume you took her down gently?
Actually, she and I were the top-ranked hand-to-hand specialists on the ship. I had reach, but she had flexibility. It was brutal. After 9 rounds, the judge called it a draw. There were a lot of unhappy bettors in the training room. We ended up holding a tiebreaker in her quarters. I had reach. She had flexibility. More than one way to work under stress, I guess.
It sounds like you're carrying some tension. Maybe I could help you get rid of it.
I didn't think you'd feel like sparring, Commander.
What if we skipped right to the tiebreaker? We could test your reach and my flexibility.
Well, why the hell not? There's nobody in this galaxy I respect more than you. We can figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, different.
She overreacted. Deborah said, "I'm leaving." She checked out an hour later and drove the 2 miles up the mountain and knocked on my door, and Rosie answered it.
Alright, now I want to see if he's got any,
Need me for something?
Talk to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need.
Nope, he doesn't have any, upgrades for me.
She told me about the time my father told Karen at Christmas when I was 17 that he didn't see why he needed to contribute to my college fund when my mother's family had already set something up. My mother's family had set up $8,000. Cliff's college fund at that point was $40,000 and growing. She told me about the time my father introduced Cliff as my son to a room full of people and introduced me
No messages for you, Commander.
Are you okay? I wrote back. Rosie and I are having a great trip because we won. We went to a pottery place in town that afternoon where you paint your own pieces and they fire them and mail them to you. Rosie made a small bowl and painted it yellow with purple dots and wrote her name on the bottom.
Alright, fish are fed. Shit's getting done.
Understand why that was funny. My father called at 6:17 p.m. I watched the phone ring. I didn't pick up. He called again at 7:04, then at 7:45. At 8:12 he left a voicemail. I listened to it once. I think there's been a misunderstanding about the account and I really like to talk to him about it. I don't know why you're doing this, but it's affecting the whole family and it's not fair to everyone else. Call me back. I want to be precise about something. He did not say he was sorry. He did not say he understood why I left. He did not say Rosie's name once. I saved the voicemail for
Pokeballs out.
Monday morning. I went back to work. Walter filed the formal documentation with the trust board. My father received the letter. I know this because at 11:03 a.m. he called me 6 times in 40 minutes, and when I finally picked up, once, deliberately, so he could hear what I was about to say, he was already talking before I got the phone to my ear. I need you to explain what is happening. I need you to call this off. Do you understand what this could mean? This is your grandmother's money. She would not want. You spent her money on a vacation where you told me and your granddaughter to sleep in the lobby. Silence. That's not. I didn't think you. Walter Oakes is the point of contact from here forward. Don't call me about the account. I hung up. He called 3 more times. I didn't pick up any of them. Karen texted me that night. A long one. I'm going to give you the exact words because they tell you everything you need to know. According to CSEC reports, Harkin was taken into custody and charges are pending. Also, according to CSEC, a drill recently passed through customs. The CSEC office may have more information.
You ran off, and now you are involving lawyers opposing the last bookkeeping question. And I hope you understand that what you have done to this family this weekend is something people will not forget. I read it 3 times, then I screenshot it and sent it to Deborah and to Alicia and to Walter, because logistical error is an interesting way to describe $6,400
Yes?
in unexplained withdrawals from a 91-year-old woman's care account.
Can we talk about my associate's son?
You talked to Mouse? Did you get the name of the guy he's working with?
Elias Kellum.
Kellum. Shit. Look, this is awkward. Kellum and I have an agreement. He doesn't cause too much trouble and buys tickets to the CSEC charity ball from me. In return, I ignore him.
He pays you off. You were eager to help us before. What about now? Is it too inconvenient?
I said I'd help. It's just there'll be repercussions if I don't handle it right. He and I give each other space. It keeps the peace. I'll get some of my people to bring him in and set him up in a private room. You can interrogate him yourself. I'll stay out of sight. And if I'm lucky, Kellum will believe that I had nothing to do with it.
Bring him in. We might not have much time.
I'll make it happen. Wait here.
Mandatory repayment with interest, and enough to remove my father's access to the account entirely and permanently. The facility in Knoxville has been notified. My grandmother doesn't understand what happened, and I am grateful for that, genuinely, because I don't want her last year shadowed by knowing.
We've got Kellum. Tell Bailey we're ready.
Need to know. No. Cliff called me 2 weeks later. He'd waited long enough that I picked up, which I probably should have predicted.
He'll expect me to get him out of this.
Not today, I think.
Captain, his lawyer's here.
Bet Elias has his VI sent to page him if C-Sec gets within 10 meters.
I'll stall him. Get in there and work fast.
We should question him together. Keep the pressure on. Thoughts on how we approach it?
Convince him that we'll put a bullet in his head if he doesn't talk. Once he's scared, he'll cooperate.
Very well. I'll pretend we're ready to kill him. We can't push too hard, though. We need the information more than we need a corpse.
He's right.
Yeah, these restraints, Bailey. Pretty funny bringing me down here like this. What the hell are you two?
Inside, he wrote that he hoped we could move past this and that family
has nothing to do with this. We just want a few answers. Off the record.
Off the record in a C-Sec interrogation room? Sure.
You hired an assassin. Who do you want dead?
I want to see my advocate.
You apparently haven't noticed we're not C-Sec. No deals, no due process, no advocate.
And that's supposed to scare me. You two are in way...
Pay attention, Mr. Callum.
That wasn't a good idea, kid. That is gonna cost you.
We'll see about that.
Hit me again, asshole. Every punch is another
Works for me.
You know what I'll do to you when I get out of here.
Keep it up, tough guy. You'll leave in a bag.
Go to hell.
Ease up. It's no use to us dead.
Are we done here? Because I got people to see.
I'm done being patient. Give me a name or I'll cut your balls off and sell them to a Krogan.
Joram! Joram Talib! Dorian in the 800 blocks.
He's unconscious. No need to wake him up, I think.
He'll wake up with a headache. No permanent damage. We have Koliak's target. Let's get to Talib before he does.
Agreed.
What's the story? Why'd Kellum hire the boy?
Assassination. A Turian named Joram Talib. You know him?
Joram? Yeah. You might have seen his posters around. He's promising to end organized crime on the ward. Thing is, his message is all mixed up in race politics. He's anti-human.
Are things so bad that people can openly campaign as anti-human?
You haven't heard what the aliens have been saying? They think the council died because our fleet refused to save them. That we stacked the new council with humans and yes-men. Anderson does his best to be diplomatic, but they act like we're jackbooted thugs enforcing a coup.
We need to stop this assassination. Can you get us to the 800 blocks?
Sergeant, get a patrol car. These two need to get to the 800 blocks.
Yes, sir.
We have a tie between two different Great Danes, both named Frank. This is the only way the first Frank will take his medication.
There he is. How do you want to play this?
Follow the lead on the maintenance catwalks. Tell me what he's doing. The Krogan bodyguard will make him easy to follow.
And our second Frank was getting checked out.
Where will you be?
He decided the appointment.
The darkest corner with the best view.
His mistress's husband came to me. He said, I have 300 million. Just say yes, and tomorrow we'll sign at the courthouse. He said,
Amon Kir, Lord of Hunters. Grant that my hands be steady, my aim be true, and my feet swift. And should the worst come to pass, grant me forgiveness.
Disappearing like that is just cool.
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
Even Callum.
Show the humans they won't get their way. I will. And I'll do it through legal processes, not by a coup attempt. And don't forget, my friends, there are treasonous elements in our own house. The humans seize power by themselves, but they can't hold on to it without the support of the lesser races. This doesn't stop here. I won't rest until the humans have been removed from power. Other races wait patiently for hundreds or thousands of years to earn an embassy. To the humans, no! They conveniently show up right after the council's been killed. They surround us with warships. They dictate terms. That's not how we do things. We respect tradition. Humans think anything 10 years old is obsolete. Worthless. How can they contribute to a 2,000-year-old government? Have we seen anything good since the humans moved into Zakera Ward?
I like this movie.
I'm on him, Thane. He's talking to some voters.
Understood.
You're in position?
Yes.
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
I'm following.
talking to another voter. No.
Not because I wanted to punish Evan with a photograph from a courthouse. I said yes because Evan had used my signature to erase me. And no problem so far. Legal position from which I could read every document that had been used against both of us. Adrian did not touch me. He only picked up the key and handed it back. You should know this is a contract, not a rescue. Good, I said. I'm not looking for a rescuer. I had spent 7 years as a compliance auditor. Do you have the target? I knew how people hid things.
I've got it.
Ordinary paperwork, a harmless label, a routine approval. The date changed by 1 day. The first time I read Evan's separation packet, I had noticed the page number skipped.
Target in sight.
I had asked him about it, and he had kissed my forehead and said the missing page was an exhibit his lawyer had removed. That night, a family law attorney named Nina Patel read the packet and pointed to the signature page. This assigns your interest in the apartment, your joint savings, and in hard events to your husband. It also says you received independent legal advice. I didn't, and the signature can be challenged. We need proof we were missing. Adrian explained that a confidential design package had disappeared from his home security and resurfaced inside a competing proposal submitted by Evan's event.
Shepard, what's his status?
My name is the approving administrator. I have never worked for your firm. I said that is the contradiction. Adrian replied, someone built a digital version of you. The storage
I don't think we can pick up his trail again. I'm headed to Delene's apartment. Meet me there.
portable printer, 2 phones sealed in plastic bags, and my wedding guest book. Claire had written on the first page, "For the life we are about to build." The guest book made my stomach tighten. Evan and I had used it to collect messages from friends. Claire had signed her name beside a sentence about second chances. Nina photographed every item before messages showed Claire sending Evan photographs of documents, room layouts, and my the messages were not romantic. They were colder. She signs anything if you say it is for our future. Keep her busy with the apartment story. Adrian answered before I got
And so the wheel of fire mills another soul.
Evan used your name when he registered.
Entropy wins.
He owns the contracts for several city festivals.
Entropy always wins.
Transferred into a nonprofit she controlled. She planned to use them to qualify for the transit bid as a community. The affair had been the visible part. The hidden
God damn it.
my tax history, and my reputation with local organizers as a couple. Evan had not been leaving me for Claire. He had been using me as a passport. By noon, Adrian and I were married in a small civil ceremony at the courthouse. Nina insisted on a written agreement protecting both of us from each other's debts and giving me no automatic claim to Adrian's company. Adrian agreed without negotiation. The clerk asked whether we understood the nature of the marriage. We understand exactly, I said. Adrian looked at me. We do.
According to CSEC reports, Harvey was taken into custody and charges are pending. Also, according to CSEC, a drill recently passed through customs. The CSEC office may have more information.
Yes? You talking? Kellum and I have an agreement. He doesn't cause. I'll stay out of sight. And if I'm lucky, I'll make it happen.
She said, people remember a speech. Courts remember a record. At the club, Claire greeted me with both hands extended, as if we were old friends. Her smile never reached her eyes. Lena, sweetheart, you came, she said.
I've got Callum. Tell Bailey we're ready.
Evan stood behind her in a dark suit. He did not look surprised. He looked irritated that I had arrived without permission. You changed the locks, I said, because you agreed to move.
He'll expect me to get him out of this.
Don't create a scene.
Not today, I think.
Claire lowered her voice. This is not the right night to prove.
Captain, his lawyer's here.
Analyze has his VI set to page him if CSEC gets within 10 meters.
I'll stall him. Get in there and work fast.
Tonight is about the life you chose to display. The dinner moved forward. Evan gave us
We should question them together. Keep the pressure on. Thoughts on how we approach it?
I plan to
I suppose this will be difficult. If we're too gentle with him, his advocate will get past Bailey. If we're too rough.
Trust me.
Get me out of these restraints, Bailey. It's pretty funny bringing me down here like this. Who the hell are you two?
I have one correction, I said. Evan's smile tightened. Lena, this is not the time. It is the exact time. The document you are displaying is not a transfer agreement. It is an unsigned draft. A final agreement has never been executed.
You hired an assassin. We need to know who you want killed. You tell us, you can go.
I want to see my advocate. You two are in way over.
Pay attention, Mr. Callum.
That wasn't a good. Hit me again, asshole. Every punch.
Works for me.
You know how.
Keep it up, tough.
Go to hell. Ease up. Are we done here? Because I got people to see.
I'm done being patient. Give me a name or I'll cut your balls off and sell them to a Krogan.
He's unconscious. No need to wake him up, I think.
For as much as people. At least we got the name for it. Assassination.
Your thing is, his message is all mixed up in race politics.
We need to stop this.
The second was a security log from the medical supply network where I worked. It showed me inside a training session in another state at the exact time the account
Where would you be?
the download. The third was a message from Claire
I'm on
telling me
Kira,
to keep
Lord of Hunters. Grant that my hands be steady, my aim be true, and my feet swift. And should the worst come to pass, grant me forgiveness.
I understand that you moved my belongings into a hallway and told a manager I had left. I understand that you filed a false separation pact. I understand that you used my name in a bid involving public.
It's been wonderful talking.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom, grab coffee, and check laundry. Be right back. Hang tight. right.
I hope you'll come out on election day.
I'm on him, Fane. He's talking to some voters. You're in position?
Yes.
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
I logged into the state business portal. The mailing address had been changed
I'm following.
earlier to a private post office. Owen was listed as operations director. Rachel's vice president was listed as registered agent. My fingers went cold. I did not authorize any of this. The portal showed one more change. Harbor Line was now described as a veteran medical transport.
Looks like he's talking to another voter. No.
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
Maybe he had not mocked my idea because it was foolish. Maybe he had been waiting to take it. Elena requested certified records while I searched my email. Most Harbor Line messages were gone, and the recovery address was not on the lining of my code. Naomi picked it up. I wrote the stamped number with my thumb. It matched the private box on Harbor Line's filing. Owen had once asked me to carry his spare key while he replaced his wallet. He must have forgotten it was still on my ring. The post office opened checking my company registration and military identification.
I've got him.
An envelope from the Front Range Regional Transit Authority. The letter congratulated Harbor Line Health on reaching the final review stage for a public medical transport contract.
Target in sight.
$1 million. My name appeared at the bottom as founder, majority owner, and proposed political compliance director. I had never seen the proposal. Elena turned the envelope over carefully. Now we know why they need your signature. The veteran owner had to retain control through the award date. The divorce agreement would validate the old filings, then shift my control. That was only a theory. We still need a proof. Vanessa told our family group chat that I had suffered an emotional episode, taken the twins, and refused to leave house. And asked whether the babies were stable. I erased 3 replies, then wrote, "The boys and I are safe, and all communication will be in writing." Vanessa called
Shepard, what's his status?
I let it ring. On Sunday, Naomi drove me to a veterans breakfast, where my unit planned to give me a service award. I was tired of hiding because other people had lied loudly. Rachel was
Got this straight.
company banner hung
I'm headed to Delene's apartment. Meet me there.
near the entrance. When I reached the check-in table, the volunteer searched the list and quietly told me my name had been removed. Rachel approached with a sympathetic expression made for an audience. "Claire, this is not the place for a domestic scene. I came for the award my unit invited me to receive." Owen raised his voice just enough for nearby tables to hear. "You left with the children in the middle of the night. Please do not do this here." People turned toward me. I could feel
I'm on him,
every
Fane.
unasked
He's
question.
talking to some voters. You're in position?
Yes.
Stepped forward. I removed
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
volunteer held up a printed email. It had come from Rachel.
I'm following.
The man requested the change. Brad read it, folded it once, and put it in his pocket. Her command made no such request. Rachel's face tightened. "It must be an administrative mistake. Then correct it," Brad said. I received the award while Vanessa told 2 women the Army accepted its own.
Looks like he's talking to another voter.
Have you sent a call yet?
My pride in
No.
Was I wrong to
It's been wonderful talking with you all. I hope you'll come out on election day.
believe I had the right to be there? Leave a like so I know I was not imagining that cruelty. If you think I should have stayed away, tell me in the comments. I
No problem so far.
for a mistake. Brad found me near the side exit. He did not offer a speech. He handed me the printed email. Rachel's assistant used a Veil Bridge account to impersonate your command. He said, "People make small lies when they are protecting larger ones." The email became our first.
Do you have the target?
Elena helped me.
Pokeball's out.
I've got him.
Told Owen I might sign a Harbor Line search North El Paso County, a phrase used nowhere in public notice. The next
Stay
day,
close,
the
Shepard.
transit authority uploaded an amended meeting agenda. Harbor Line's project
I
description.
need you to stay close or we'll lose him.
North El Paso County. Owen had passed my private wording directly into
Target in sight.
improved access, not fraud. I requested the public portions of the proposal. Rachel's attorney called me a hard
Stay with him.
no company rule, contradicting the bid at the end. The transit authority's compliance officer, Marisol Grant, noticed. She invited me to a secure meeting. Marisol placed a copy of my supposed official affidavit on the table. The signature looked convincing. The notary stamp belonged to a man named Calvin Price, who worked in Veil Bridge's accounting department. Did you
Shepard, what's his status?
Marisol asked. I read the date. It was the morning the twins were born. At the exact time listed beside the signature.
Almost ignited. He's like an auditor to all the work. Then let's deny involvement.
It was my folder and stared at the page. That afternoon, Owen had sat beside my hospital bed, saying he was proud while someone
No sign of trouble.
or a notary across town. No, I said. I did not sign it. Marisol paused the award review. Rachel had already
Stay on him, Shepard.
investors, so she changed tactics. The next evening, she came to Naomi's house alone. Naomi opened the door only far enough to speak through the chain. Rachel held a white hand bag with 2 expensive baby blankets.
I see you.
I came to make peace, she said. I stayed behind Naomi, but anything you need to say in writing. Rachel's smile remained, but her eyes did not. Your husband is overwhelmed. Vanessa is frightened. A reasonable mother with a boy turning a private business. Thinking about a better approach. For the first time, she had no idea.
I'm following. Where is he now? I don't have a good angle. What's he doing?
One of his guards is talking to the bartender. looks like a shakedown.
I'm relocating to the next room. Let me know if anything changes. No problem so far.
I never opened the bag. Next, Harbor Line's account showed nearly $80,000 owed on credit I had not opened. The supporting minutes claimed I attended a board meeting while dividing gold. The betrayal had spread beyond one contract. My name had been used as a door, and
What's his status?
He's meeting a couple of mercenaries. Looks like the same group his bodyguard comes from.
He looks nervous. Could be he's noticed you.
Maybe he saw Kolyat in here somewhere.
Also a possibility. There are instructions ahead. I'll try to go around. Don't lose him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A certification number with the affidavit. Marisol contacted the software provider. The number belonged to a different document signed by Rachel months earlier. That was a stronger clue. But the hardest proof came from a place none of us expected. The hospital's newborn safety system.
Hey, who are you? What are you doing back here?
I'm with the Citadel Health and Safety. We've had vermin reports in storage areas around here.
Can't be serious. How did you get in here?
If I didn't have authorization, how did I get in? You see any other doors?
There's the keeper. Never mind. Just go on through, okay?
Thanks.
Yeah, just don't let my boss...
I need him. I see him.
I said nothing. Owen mistook my silence for surrender. He sent a new settlement offer. I could keep my military retirement, he wrote. If I validated all Harbor Line filings and agreed never to discuss Bailbridge, he gave me until the morning of the Transit Authority's final public hearing. I replied with 4 words, I received your offer. He answered, good, be smart. The authority streamed its public hearing because the contract involved taxpayer money. Marisol referred the records to the Inspector General. Rachel arrived for in a Navy suit. Vanessa took a seat behind them and
Vane.
I saw.
He's heading to Talib's apartment.
The first half of the hearing concerned roofs and budget. Then Marisol explained that the proposed award relied on veteran-owned status and introduced me as the veteran owner named in the application. One board member asked whether I stood behind the submitted affidavit. No, I said. I first saw it after my husband removed me and our newborn sons from
Kolyat.
Rachel's attorney objected that marital conflict was irrelevant.
This is a joke.
That is why we are not reviewing the
Now you show up.
We are reviewing the timestamp. The screen
Help me, Drell. I'll do whatever you want.
C-Sec. Put the gun down, son.
Get out of my way. I'm walking out. He's coming with me.
Owen appeared on the screen carrying the blue folder. Calvin
They'll have snipers outside.
waited by the elevator.
I don't need... What the hell?
He looked toward Rachel before answering. It was a tiny move.
Talib, get the hell out of here.
Rachel said the folder contained unrelated insurance forms. Marisol
Yeah, I will.
bid upload log. The forged affidavit needed scanned from a Bailbridge office.
Take the boy into custody.
You son of a bitch.
Listed Owen as author and
Your father doesn't have much time left, Kolyat. He's trying to make up for his mistakes.
What? So you came to get my forgiveness? So you could die in peace or something?
I came to grant you peace. You're angry because I wasn't there when your mother died.
You weren't there when she was alive. Why should you be there when she died?
Your mother. They killed her to get to me. It was my fault.
What?
After her body was given to the deep, I went to find them. The trigger men, the ringleaders. I heard them. Eventually killed them. When I went back to see you, you were older. I should have stayed with you.
I guess it's too bad for me you waited so long, huh?
Kolyat, I've taken many bad things out of the world. You're the only good thing I ever added to it.
This isn't a conversation you should have in front of strangers. Boys, take Kolyat and his father back to the precinct. Give them a room and as much time as they need.
I'm surprised you're letting him do that.
You think he's the only man who ever screwed up raising a son? I have to get back to the precinct. Come on, I'll give you a lift.
They've been in there a while.
The kid's been through a lot. I ran some searches in the CSEC archive. About 10 years back, a bunch of real bad people were killed. Like someone was cleaning house. The prime suspect was a Drell. We never caught him.
10 years is a long time. Whoever was responsible for that probably doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that.
I never kept the boys from him. I stopped carrying his responsibility. The divorce took almost a year. The court rejected Owen's business clauses and ordered the debt-tied house sold. My share covered legal bills, the twins' medical expenses, and a modest townhouse near daycare. Rachel
How'd it go?
admitted she removed me so
Our problems are... They are something I can fix with a few words. We'll keep talking, see what happens.
Your boy shot some people. No one I feel sympathy for, but there it is.
I watched those guys shaking down businesses and threatening humans.
But he can't just get away with it.
The kid wants to make a difference, give him community service.
Community service for attempted murder? What jury would agree to that?
None that I've seen. This would need to stay out of the judiciary, strictly within CSEC.
Interesting, I'll think about it.
Thank you, Captain.
Afterward, Marisol asked what I planned to do with the Harbor Line name once the court released it. For a while, I wanted nothing to do with it. But military families still missed medical appointments because transportation was scarce. The idea had been mine before Owen used it. I formed a new nonprofit with an independent board. We began with one donated van, 2 volunteers, and an honest grant. Our first passenger was an Army widow who had postponed an eye appointment for 6 months. On the morning we opened, I found the little brass post office key in the bottom of my jewelry box. It had opened the first door to the truth, but it belonged to a box connected to a company that no longer existed. I did not frame it. I did not keep it as a trophy. I took the twins to the post office, surrendered the key, and watched the clerk drop it into a gray metal drawer. Then I walked back outside with one boy holding each hand. My new office key rested in my coat pocket. It was larger, silver, and cut for a door with my name printed honestly on the glass. That evening, after the boys fell asleep on the rug beneath their paper stars, I locked that door myself, turned off the light, and carried them home.
Greetings, Earthclad. You will find many excellent ships for sailing.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my...
Did Varanus say the Omnigel modulator's heatsink from this tech shop or the heatsink modulator?
I'm Commander Shepard.
What do you think, Michael? Maybe the immunobooster? It's supposed to help with alien bacteria.
You can get whatever you'd like with it, Look, it took me a long time to get this refund. It's Decision Omnigel converter. He said there'd be one waiting for me.
Do you have a service order?
No, I got the refund, made the exchange, and then it sent it over to the warehouse. I just talked to him on the Wards Market. He sent me here. Come on, why do I need a service order?
Wards Market? Why would you come to his account?
You ever had ramen? It's a delicacy back on Earth.
Holy shit, I have some great breaking news for you. I mean, this is amazing. Donald Trump is definitely having one of his worst days yet of his second administration. A federal judge in Florida has ruled that Trump's attempt to block the government from investigating him or his family members ever again for tax fraud was illegal.
I can't believe these humans. No fly lists.
The IRS was basically him suing himself because he appointed the head of the IRS, and then it settled with himself in this lawsuit. And a part of that settlement included the vow from the government that they would never investigate him for tax fraud
You think there's any place on board we
that
could
settlement
buy a
has
thing?
been nullified. But it gets even better. The judge was so pissed off because of how brazenly corrupt and illegal the settlement was that they referred Trump's lawyer to the Florida bar, basically telling the state that they should take away this dude's license to practice law. That's all for now. Make sure to hit that follow button to stay in the loop. This is a big win.
Do you have an account with us? If you open one, we have a special this month. You can download a game free.
Shepard, you've recently been dead. Don't you deserve the quality and distinction of a traditional Asari burial robe? A Nauta's mortuary offers the finest quality burial robes and
worst thing about extranet games is when some Batarian company...
In everyone's life, there is a moment when things crystallize.
I own this condo outright. Inherited it from my grandmother 2 years ago. It's a beautiful 2-bedroom, 2B unit in Lincoln Park with original hardwood floors and a view of the lake. Grandmother lived there for 40 years before she passed, and she specifically left it to me and her will because she knew...
Something I can do for you, Shepard?
Not just $C.
How've the last couple years treated you?
I've never listed it for rent. I'm supposed to...
Serving on the council isn't how I plan to spend my twilight years. Sometimes it feels like I'm just beating my head against a wall. Knowing the truth about Sovereign is brutal. It's nightmare stuff. I can't blame others for not wanting to believe it, but I know how important it is. So I keep trying. Fighting the good fight, right?
Forget Udina and the council. Join my crew and help me stop the collectors.
I'm too old to go racing across the galaxy. Much as I complain, I've got an important job to do here. The front line. That's got to be yours.
How long did it take to get this?
Still counted. The Keepers, we never really thought of them as heavy lifters, and I have no idea where they get the
surprised no one can tell.
We secure another reason why they don't want to acknowledge what Sovereign was.
Last I knew, we were still fighting holdouts.
They're here and there. But they are increasingly disorganized. It's long not...
Let's get those Pokeballs in the chat.
I know. I couldn't tell anyone without compromising the investigation.
I thought we were friends.
We didn't know it. The report, unfortunately. Alenko didn't find anything to convince the council that the Reapers are behind this.
I better go.
My door is always open.
The Craigslist ad is disturbingly professional. They've taken photos of every room, including my personal bedroom, which they've staged by removing my family photos and personal items. The description mentions professional property management, luxury amenities, and immediate availability for the right tenants. They've even created floor plans and a virtual tour lane.
You'll have to. Can I help you, ma'am?
No, thank you.
Next.
How do I protect these innocent people who sent money? I'm booking a flight home tonight, but I'm terrified of what I'll find.
This recruits is a 20-kilo ferrous slug. Feel the weight. Every 5 seconds, the main gun of an Empress-class dreadnought accelerates 1 to 1.3% of light speed.
I'm supposed to present tomorrow morning, but I can't focus on anything except this nightmare.
I can't find anybody up there to fucking give that ID to. Okay.
Of the deposit money on business expenses, including a laptop for Sarah business cards and a website. My mother's explanation was that they were setting me up for success. She pulled out a binder with tabs labeled income projections, tax benefits, property management, best practices, and family well-being. We spent weeks on this. Michael, she said, tears forming in her eyes. Your father used his business connections. Sarah left her job to focus on this opportunity. We're trying to help you build wealth. sister, who'd been quiet until then, suddenly exploded. I've worked my ass off setting this up. Do you know how many hours I've spent? I created a whole business model. I have a 5-year plan. She showed me her laptop with spreadsheets, logos, social media accounts for Lincoln Property Solutions, and even merchandise designs. She created an entire brand around managing my single apartment. My father pulled out his folder with printed articles about house hacking and a spreadsheet showing potential rental income. He calculated that I could make $4,800 per month renting out both bedrooms minus my sister's management fee. His projection showed me becoming a millionaire by 40 if I properly leveraged the asset. You're living in a 2-bedroom alone, he said, shaking his head. That's $2,400 a month you're losing. The den has a closet. It's technically a bedroom. You can live there while real tenants pay your mortgage. What mortgage? I asked. They own it outright, and I'm not living in a den in my own home. That's even worse, he explained. No mortgage means pure profit. Do you understand what you're throwing away? The worst part, they'd already told extended family about their brilliant business venture. My Aunt Jennifer called during the argument to congratulate me on finally being smart with grandmother's gift. My cousin Brian had texted asking if I had any units available for his friend who was moving to Chicago. When I finally kicked them out at 3 a.m., my mother was sobbing about how I was destroying the family, and my father muttered about ungrateful children who don't appreciate sacrifice. Sarah screamed that I was ruining her life and that she'd quit her marketing job because they'd assured her this was her future. I changed the locks at 7 a.m. when the emergency locksmith arrived. I've been returning deposits all day and
I
explaining
can't
the
believe
situation to
there aren't
rightfully
any
angry
fish up
people.
there.
Two
It
have
must
threatened
be a
legal action.
mistake.
One woman filed a lawsuit because she'd already given notice at her current place. I've had to take time off work to deal with this mess. My sister is now blowing up my phone, claiming I'm ruining her.
I overheard you talking. Having a problem?
A human. Your kind is always shoving your way in to solve the galaxy's problems, aren't you?
I'm not sure what I did to deserve that.
You didn't. Not personally, anyway. Since your kind took over the council, they've added new security checks and travel restrictions, all to keep us safe, they claim. We've been flagged as a potential risk for Geth infiltration. They won't let us board a ship back to Asari space.
Why would they consider you a risk? You're obviously not Geth.
I don't know. They wouldn't tell us. We got on a list somewhere for some reason, and they won't tell us anything because it's classified.
Who won't let you board a ship?
I don't know who made the decision. Some pencil pusher at the shuttleport told us. The one outside the CSEC station?
I'll see if I can get it
I'm not
sorted.
holding my breath.
After changing the locks and beginning the process of returning deposits, I received a certified letter from an attorney representing Lincoln Property Solutions, LLC. My sister is claiming that I verbally agreed to the property management arrangement and she has invested significant time and resources in the business. She's
Can I help you, ma'am?
3 months of projected management fees.
I talked to a couple of Asari. They said customs won't let them leave the station, but they weren't told why. Can you help me out?
I'm sorry, sir, but all matters related to station security are classified. We can't risk Geth infiltration. Revealing why someone is on a watch list might compromise the safety of CSEC's undercover agents.
Did you talk with them? Did they seem like Geth agents to you?
Well, no, but you can never be sure.
Look, miss, I've fought hundreds of Geth. I can assure you that those two aren't Geth infiltrators. The lack of flashlight heads was kind of a giveaway.
I'm not saying it makes any sense. Those are the rules I have to enforce. I can't get them cleared, but I can flag the case file for review. That will allow them to travel in the meantime. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I'm fine. Thanks for your help.
Next.
They interpreted this as me seeking their financial wisdom. Of the 8 people who sent deposits, 5 accepted to return money with an apology. The 2 are pursuing small claims for their travel expenses to view the apartment. One has hired an attorney and is claiming significant damages. The last one is the most serious.
So?
This person, I'll call him Tom, is a 34-year-old engineer who had given
Good news. I found you some new transit IDs.
and transferred his job to Chicago based on the signed lease my sister had provided.
How did you get those?
If you don't want them, I could just take them back.
No, I'll take them. With thanks. We should get ready to leave. There should be another ship heading to Thessia tomorrow.
Turned down a job offer in Milwaukee, and his girlfriend had already enrolled in a Chicago graduate program based on the plan value. Here's where it gets truly insane. I discovered my sister had created a sophisticated operation. She got to emails using a variation versus my actual michaeljenkins@gmail.com. I've generated a signature that looks similar to mine using online tools. I've produced professional looking lease agreements with legal language copied from legitimate property management companies. I set up a property management software account with automated responses. I created a Google business profile with staged photos. I made an Instagram account showcasing luxury Chicago rentals with photos from my apartment. I registered with several rental platforms as a verified property manager. I even have professional business cards and a car magazine. She'd been planning this for months, not days. I found out from my cousin that Sarah had been talking about starting a property management company since last Christmas. She'd been taking online courses, attending real estate seminars, and networking with other property managers. In her mind, my apartment wasn't theft. It was her proof of concept for investors. I hired a lawyer, David Chen, who specializes in real estate fraud.
Alright, that gets all that shit there dealt with. I have one other area out this way I need to go handle. And this is why I'm so glad I finally got the the fucking fuel upgrade.
My parents are still defending her. They've hired their own lawyer, claiming that this was all a misunderstanding and that I'm overreacting to a family business proposal. They've been calling relatives, sending emails, and even created a Facebook group called Support Sarah's Small Business where they're sharing articles about family members who sabotage entrepreneurs. Last week, I found out why they are so invested in this scheme. My aunt let slip during a phone call where she was trying to convince me to be reasonable that my parents had promised to help with my sister's student loans if she could create a steady income stream from property management. She owes $85,000 from her MBA program and MBA. She got an entrepreneurship and innovation from a for-profit online university. But here's the real kicker. My parents are in financial trouble. My dad's printing business has been failing for years and they've been borrowing against their house. They saw my apartment as the solution to everyone's problems. Sarah's loans, their retirement shortfall, and what they call my failure to maximize assets. I've had to file police reports for fraud and identity theft, put fraud alerts on my credit, and monitor all my accounts daily. Install security cameras, which I discovered Sarah had already installed for the tenant's safety. I hired a cleaning service to undo the staging they've done and send legal notices to all the rental platforms where the apartment was listed. I deal with angry reviews on Google from people calling me a scam landlord. The emotional toll is overwhelming. I can't sleep in my own bedroom because I keep imagining strangers' belongings there. I've had panic attacks thinking about people having keys to my home. My work performance is suffering and my boss has noticed. I'm considering selling the apartment just to end any future attempts at this kind of manipulation. The thought breaks my heart. This was my grandmother's home where she raised my mother, where I spent countless holidays, but it's been tainted now. Update 3 posted 1 month later. I thought I'd seen the worst of it, but I was wrong. This update is hard to write. 2 weeks after my last post, I came home from work to find my apartment door open. My heart dropped. Inside, my sister was directing movers. She'd somehow gotten a locksmith to let her in by showing the LLC documentation, proving she was the property manager, along with a fake lease, showing her as the authorized occupant. The locksmith, trying to be helpful, had drilled out my new locks. Half of my living room furniture was already in the My grandmother's china cabinet was disassembled.
Looking good, Miss Allison Gunn. Hawk won't be able to keep his eyes off you.
I assume Allison Gunn is my cover.
You run a small but talented band of mercs out in the Terminus systems. Precisely the type of person Hawk respects. I took the liberty of giving you a reputation. Papers, witnesses, article in Badass Weekly. Just don't start talking business with him, and you'll be fine.
Take it I'm wearing this getup for a reason?
You look really out of place at a society party in armor, don't you think? You look great. You should wear this stuff more often.
Remind me, what kind of man are we dealing with?
Hawk's a weapons dealer and smuggler. He killed my partner and stole his gray box. Other than that, he's not so bad. Rich, charismatic, willing to crack open a man's skull to get at the neural implants inside.
Now is probably a good time to fill me in on the details.
You have been waiting patiently. Our friend, Hawk, is throwing a party for his closest friends. A couple dozen of the worst liars, cheaters, and mass murderers you'll ever want to meet. All bringing gifts as a tribute to the man himself.
Sarah had created such elaborate paperwork that they weren't sure who actually lived there. She'd even changed the utility
Our tribute is a lovely statue of your old friend Saren, rendered with loving detail and filled to the brim with our weapons and armor. You can keep your pistol as long as it's concealed. They won't hassle you over a sidearm. Once inside, we'll make our way to Hawk's vault door, somewhere in the back of the ballroom. Then, we case the security and start peeling away the layers. The statue should be there, waiting for you to crack it open and arm up. Then we just waltz into the vault and take back KG's gray box. And I'll finally get a chance to say goodbye.
I hired a cleaning service to come the next morning. A scheduled internet installation for faster business connectivity. The worst part, my parents had given her $5,000 to invest in the
You've worked really hard on this. KG must have meant a lot to you.
Was I that obvious? KG's gray box holds a lot of priceless personal memories. It's all that remains of who he was. But the secret he discovered is dangerous. I wouldn't bring you here if it wasn't.
For $12,000 in damages. His attorney argued that even though I didn't authorize the rent,
This ought to be interesting.
That's what I'm going for.
my failure to made me partially liable. My lawyer countered with evidence of the fraud, but I still had to settle for $3,000 to make it go away. The other small claims cases
This is our stop.
$1,500 in total. Then came the family explosion. My sister posted a series of TikToks about entrepreneurship discrimination.
Pokeball's out.
After you, Ms. Gunn.
She created a whole narrative about being a young female entrepreneur trying to break into real estate.
Hold a moment, ma'am. There seems to be an issue with the statue.
Is there a problem?
No, Mr. Huck. Just doing a scan.
I don't believe we've met. Donovan Hawk.
Business advocacy even featured her in their newsletter as an example of family bias against female entrepreneurs. I've had strangers recognize me at the grocery store as the brother who crushed her dreams. Someone spit at me in a coffee shop. My parents took her side publicly. My mom posted on Facebook about how some
I've heard a lot about you. Name's Allison Gunn.
And I've heard a lot about you. You've been very busy lately, if the extra net is to be believed.
Sir, the scanners aren't picking anything up.
Don't think our guests would come all the way here from Ilium just to cause trouble. Do you? You may pass through, Miss Gunn. You were invited after all, but I will ask your companion to remain outside. You understand, I hope.
Go explain why my friend has to stand outside?
I don't like the look of your friend, so she stays outside. Simple as that.
Here's the nuclear option I had to take. I sued my sister for fraud, identity theft, trespassing, and damage.
No problem. You're the host.
Enjoy the party.
Well, that didn't go as I expected.
Any idea why he'd send you away?
No, we've never seen each other in person, and no one knows what I look like. Just watching his ass, I'm sure. I can't blame him.
What do we do now?
We go on with the plan. You'll just have to do all the talking. I'll stay out of sight and stick with you the best I can. We'll keep radio contact in case something goes wrong. We need to find the door and case the security. Figure out the next step then.
They wanted to become my financial conservators. Their evidence included 8 rejected reasonable business advice from successful family members. AI was isolating myself from family by not attending recent gatherings. AI showed paranoid behavior by changing...
How did you ever contain that situation on the whole?
Oh, that? A quick application of force, a little pressure, and bam.
That goes to a security room. We'll probably have to get in there at some point. Let's case the vault and figure out what we have to do.
A bank statement showing I'd spent money on lawyers instead of investing. Testimony from family members about my recent personality changes.
Miss Gunn.
We need to case the vault, Gunn. You can chat up Hawk later.
My aunt wrote that I'd become hostile and paranoid when she'd simply asked about rental opportunities. My uncle claimed I'd shown signs of mental distress by refusing to discuss business at Thanksgiving. The judge threw it out in minutes, calling it one of the most...
Very nice. There's more here than I expected.
He warned my parents they could face charges for filing a frivolous petition. But the fact they tried, that they sat in a lawyer's
Password-protected voice lock, kinetic barrier, DNA scanner. Looks like an EX700 series. Everything a vault needs to be impenetrable.
This gonna be a problem?
Please, remember who you're talking to. We'll need to get a voice sample for the voice lock. You'll have to go chat up Hawk for that. We'll have to find a password, too. DNA? Child's play. We should find plenty of DNA samples in Hawk's private quarters. And the barrier? Cut the power. Never fails. If we can find it. Katie could get through a system like this in his sleep. And I'm better. Let's get to it.
The apartment sold quickly for $15,000 over asking. The new owners are a young couple who seem genuinely excited about the place. During the final walkthrough, I didn't mention the drama. I just told them about the Sunday dinners, the homemade pasta, the stories my grandmother would tell.
What's your read on that Archangel guy?
I hear he's dead. Or gone or something. Good riddance, I suppose.
Was turned on her when the fraud charges became public. The small business woman had featured her issue of attraction and apology. She lost her marketing job when I discovered she lied about why she needed time off. The $20,000 line of credit my parents had signed is now their problem. The family fallout is complete.
There he is.
No contact with
All you need to do is keep him talking long enough for me to get a voice print. Pull out the charm on this one, Jen. Whenever you're ready.
Extended family has taken their side. The other half quietly reached out to say they understood, but they don't want to get involved publicly. I spent Thanksgiving alone at my Portland hotel.
Miss Gunn, good to see you. That scene at the door hasn't soured your evening, I hope.
No business proposals disguised as
I understand the security, but who would dare try to break into Donovan Hawk's home?
Gunn, in our line of work, we attract a certain element. Few understand the pains we take to keep the barbarians at bay. People these days want comfort, entertainment, love. They don't see that the galaxy is fragile. They only have to worry about simple luxuries. Why? Because people like me and you are doing the terrible things that keep the galaxy spinning. This party is for us, the cleaners, the support structure for the galaxy's gleeful delusions of peace. May there always be a market for the things we do.
She's working at a marketing firm now, a different one in the suburbs for much less money. She's blocked me on all social media, but I heard through a friend of a friend that she tells people she used to.
I said get him talking, and you got him talking. We've got enough of a voice sample. Let him go.
Enjoy the party, Miss Gunn.
Once we find the password, we can get past the voice scanner.
At the time they spent showing the apartment, 150 hours and $50 per hour. My gas money for the showings, $340. At the $5,000 they gave Sarah for the business, and the business plan creation, $2,000 in consulting fees. A pain and suffering for the family embarrassment, $10,000. A lost future earnings from their investment in property management, $50,000. I didn't respond. My lawyer said a single line. Any further contact will be considered harassment.
Mr. Hawk's private rooms are off limits to guests without security clearance.
I have clearance to go in.
On whose authority?
Hawk gave me permission to go in.
Hawk knows procedure. You're not getting in till I hear it from my commander. Enjoy the party.
Private rooms. We need to get in there. That's the best place to find Hawk's DNA.
She's helped me understand that their actions were never about my success. They were about control and using my resources for their benefit. They didn't see you. She explained during one session. They saw an asset when you insisted on being a person with boundaries instead of a resource to be exploited. They tried to remove your personal through the incompetency file. Some hard truths I've learned. My family never saw my grandmother's apartment as a home full of memories. They saw square footage and rental potential. While I was preserving the smell of her sauce simmering on Sunday, they were calculating price per square foot. When I kept her furniture, they saw wasted staging opportunities. Her photographs weren't family history. They were clutter-affecting property values.
Chief Rowe, huh? She sounds like a hard ass.
They've so internalized capitalism.
If we could tap into the guard's communications, I could probably...
I hear Mr. Hawk's vault is exquisite.
Who could know? She never lets anyone near it.
Choosing to simply exist in a space without extracting value from it. To those who asked why I didn't just rent out a room legitimately, it was never about the money. That apartment was my grandmother's last gift to me. She lived there for 40 years, raised my mother there, made love and art and food there. She specifically left it to me because she knew I'd appreciate it as a home, not an investment. Michelle, she told me before she died, that place has good bones and better memories. Don't let them make it just about money.
Coming from the right.
I promised. My parents knew this and didn't care. Some lessons learned. 1. Never give family access to your property without clear boundaries. 2. Document especially with family. 3. Trust your gut when something feels wrong. Use peace over fear. 5. Financial abuse can come from those who claim to love you most. 6. Some people see it
Going dark.
transaction. 7. Protect yourself. Found spotted. 8. You can't fix people who don't see you as human. Grief for living family can be worse than peace is everything you used to call home. I'm starting to for a non-profit now, which would horrify my parents throwing away your business to me. They'd say, I'm slowly building a chosen family of friends who respect boundaries, who understand that not everything needs to be optimized, who can enjoy things return on investment. I still have days where I question if I overreacted, but then I remember coming home to find strangers' belongings in my bedroom, and my sister claiming my home as her office. I remember my parents trying to have me declared incompetent.
Look for anything we can get usable DNA from. Just make it quick and quiet. Found a sample?
No, acrylic shit.
You helped me realize I wasn't
It's
crazy.
clean.
Standing up
It's
for
a
myself
plant.
was the right choice, even if it cost me my family. To anyone dealing with similar boundary violations, you're not overreacting. Your space, your assets, and your choices deserve respect. Family doesn't get a free pass to steamroll life. Love shouldn't come with a business plan attached. I won't be updating you then. It's time to close this chapter and move forward. Stay strong, ready. Protect your boundaries. Choose peace. And if your family...
We can probably get Hawk's DNA off the data pad. He seems to have obsessed over this. But I'm not sure there's enough. Let's keep looking.
Holographic interface. Won't find a sample here.
I don't regret protecting myself. And to the person who messaged asking if the apartment is available now, I can't tell if you're
Good morning. Time to wake up.
Damn.
To those who shared similar stories, my heart goes out to you. Family financial abuse is real and devastating.
We've got company. Going silent. Sweet. Not a great saliva sample, but it's still useful. We're going to need more than this for the scan of them.
If I never existed, live your lives as though there was never a daughter named Claire. They went silent. The whole party froze. It happened before the cake was cut, before anyone had even finished pretending they were happy for me. My mother, Ruth, had invited half our church, most of our neighborhood, and every relative who still answered her calls to my grandmother's old house for what she called a family blessing dinner. On the invitation, she wrote that we were celebrating new beginnings. What she did not write was that the new beginning was supposed to be mine disappearing. I found that out when I walked into the front room and saw my brass house key sitting in the center of
The cleaners don't
tray,
dare
tied with a
touch
white
treasures
ribbon like a
like
wedding
this.
favor. For a second,
We can get some skin cells from the dust. That should do it. Let's get out of here.
during her last year, after I had spent months sleeping on her couch, sorting her medicines, paying her utility bills, and learning which floorboards squeaked at night. When she passed, the house came to me legally, cleanly, with a deed, a letter, and a kitchen full of memories that still smelled like cinnamon and lemon soap. But my key was not alone on that tray. Beside it was a cream envelope with my name printed across the front. My younger brother, Evan, stood near the fireplace with his fiancée, Marcy, smiling like they already owned the room. My father, Dan, would not meet my eyes. My mother kissed my cheek and whispered, "Don't make this hard." I pulled back. "Make what hard?" She turned to the room before I could lower my voice. "Everyone, Claire is here." People clapped, not warmly, more like they had been told to. Marcy wiped under one eye, even though there were no tears. Evan put his arm around her shoulder and said, "We're just so grateful she's doing this for us." I looked at the envelope again. My mother lifted her glass. "Tonight, Claire is officially giving this house back to the family. Evan and Marcy will start their married life here, and Claire will finally stop carrying something that never suited her." A laugh moved through the room, soft and uncomfortable. I did not move. I did not smile. I did not reach for the envelope. "Mom," I said, "I never agreed to that."
All right. Laundry check. Bathroom coffee right back. Hang tight. All right, we're back.
I did not raise my voice. I only touched the brass key on my wrist and said, Grandma left it to the person who showed up. The church canceled the project that afternoon. Ruth was removed from every committee involving money or property. Donations were returned with a correction saying the house had been misrepresented. Marcy ended the engagement 2 weeks later after learning Evan knew about the pressure plan. My father left Grandma June's red recipe notebook on my office chair with one note. I knew something was wrong, and I stayed quiet. I gave that note to Ms. Bennett. The final agreement came quietly. Ruth had to reimburse my locks and legal fees, send written corrections to everyone she had misled, and sign a permanent notice that she could not enter, advertise, borrow against, pledge, or speak for my property again. She fought the correction hardest. Not the money, not the boundary, the reputation, but the deadline was simple. Sign, or the full file went forward. She signed. The correction arrived on a Thursday morning. The June house was not donated. Claire did not sign a release. Statements suggesting otherwise were inaccurate. It was bitter and perfect because it was finally true. That evening, I went back to Grandma June's house alone. Evan's boxes were gone. The new lock turned smoothly. The kitchen drawer was empty, waiting for the red notebook. I set it where it belonged, hung the brass key on Grandma's old hook by the back door, and made her lemon cake even though it sank in the middle. I ate one uneven slice on the porch while the light clicked on above me, and behind me, through the open window, the notebook rested in the drawer like the house exhaled.
That's my wife in the truck here in Polk County.
All right.
That's my wife in the truck here in Polk County, Iowa. Yeah. 14 million views as of this morning. Yeah. The comments are exactly what you think they are. Yeah. So I let her take the truck to grab groceries that day. She'd been driving it for 7 years without a scratch.
Barrier's power runs under the floor. I'll set your arm to a scan for electromagnetic fields.
And we've never even owned a sports car. She ran into it like it wasn't there. The guy parked next to her was filming. He caught the whole thing. That's how it went viral. So for the first 24 hours, we thought we were just going to file the claim and write it out. Then the messages started. My wife got over 100 DMs in 48 hours, and I got my own pile too. And the messages were brutal. Hope you have good coverage, lol. Your wife just totaled my dream car. Wrote your premium is about to look like a mortgage payment. And the worst one was just prepare for the worst. Friends I had talked to in 10 years suddenly resurfaced with the same question.
That should take care of the barrier.
11 p.m. Yeah. 3 different aunts forwarded me the clip like I hadn't already seen it in the Lamborghini.
Hawk throws a hell of a party.
Yes. I'm not too pleased with the caliber of
$300,000 technically covered, but our carrier called us 6 days in. They said we're going to need to talk about non-renewal, and she quoted me $860 a month for a new policy under their risk pool.
Let me unlock that security room door for you. There we go.
We've been paying before the accident even happened. So that night I tried 4 other
Ready when you are.
comparison sites. 3 of them wouldn't even quote us once I disclosed the at-fault loss. The 4th one came back at $812 a month. So I sat at the kitchen table with the laptop open, trying to figure out how to break that number to my wife. On top of everything,
We have the order. That was entered by Judge Sullivan in my lawsuit.
Here they come. Take them down.
Saturday, July 27, 2026.
Crap. On my screen.
It's only 2 weeks.
I have an idea. See what you can find.
There's kind of an underlying theme here that I wanted to kind of really highlight just for all of you because it pertains not just to Todd Blanche, but to the Department of Justice under Donald Trump as a whole. And that is the Department of Justice has no critical thinking. Because, for example, in this instance, Judge Sullivan has ordered Todd Blanche
Got something?
The password is Perusia.
to not only
Huh.
show up with
That's the name of the man who stole the Mona Lisa.
Thursday, July 30th, no later than
Nice.
3 p.m.
Now, I just take the voice sample we got from Hawk and... Got it. Now we can crack that voice scanner.
That what Blanche is claiming to be the case to justify these redactions that I am questioning. And that the judge has ordered by way of the preliminary
Some
injunction.
say Commander Shepard is still alive.
And then the judge granted.
Oh, please. It's wishful thinking at best.
And Blanche keeps on saying, no, I can't because ... That's the show cause. Do it or show cause while you shouldn't be held in contempt. Blanche says, I'm not doing anything wrong because ...
That got it. The barrier's down.
Guess what? I don't believe what you've written in a piece of
DNA identification affirmed.
Stop
Welcome, Mr. Hawk.
That's acting attorney
Password required.
doesn't have enough
Voice ID accepted. Welcome, Mr. Hawk.
veracity, trustworthiness.
I'll check for security cams.
Let's get into the meat of the order.
Go ahead and get dressed.
What I have done is, because I think it's what you would want me to do, it's frankly what I like to do,
Pokeballs out.
What I have done is I've taken those 8 emails and I have looked at Todd Blanche's response to them all, and I grouped them. So what do I mean? Well, the judge has ordered Todd Blanche, the defendant, Todd Blanche, to submit to the court on July 30th.
So this is Hawk's fault. Very nice.
This scanner will hone in on the gray box. It's not far.
Michelangelo's David.
Blanche must provide the documentation.
Wow. Think we could get this out through the door?
The names that have been redacted in the published version of the documents are the names of victims.
Hawk has good taste. I'll give him that. Ugh.
If you look at these 6 emails,
I guess everything's valuable to someone.
start with
Creepy. I could still get money for something like this, even outside the Alliance. Asari go nuts for this sort of thing.
dated January 17, 2013, referencing a new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 19 years old.
Oh my
And
God.
it comes from a
There it
business
is.
address called Mademoiselle Agency, which has an active website on the internet and is a modeling agency that is based out of Paris, France. Again,
Don't bother, Miss Goldie. It's code locked.
redactions on
I had a feeling that was you at the door. I knew if it was really you, you'd get through anyway.
You know me. I don't like to disappoint.
I need what's in your grey box, Kasumi. You know I'm willing to kill you for it. I'll admit your skills are impressive. You got into my vault like I'd left it open, but you're still going to die. Scream. No!
Have I got your attention?
So the victims are emailing each other about a new Brazilian, sexy and cute, 19 years old. According to Todd.
Kill them!
EMTA 19305.
Here they come.
An email dated March 11th, 2014. From redacted name to Jeffrey.
Checking blueprints. There's a landing pad to the east. Let's get out of here.
Joker, bring the shuttle in, now!
Dated May 23rd, 2017. Senders, identification, redacted. I met redaction today, name redaction. And then the sender's name and the sign-off is redacted. This deals with, she is like Lolita, who, from now on, if you guys know that there's a book about a underage girl and a adult man, sexual relations with an underage
another way.
And that's the reason why he doesn't have children. So, sounds like a perpetrator. EFTA 749245, email dated April 24th and 25th, 2009. It's an email chain. This is the I loved the torture video email with the name of the recipient and the sender of emails by and between Jeffrey Epstein. That information is redacted. According to Todd Blanche, again, violation of the Privacy Act to disclose this person's private email address and wanted to spare this person embarrassment. And according to Todd, the reason why I have done some shitty job is that I have Googled the fact that Tom Massey has identified this as Sultan bin Sulayman. Okay, fine, but there's no exemption in the FCC Files Transparency Act that says if the information can be found somewhere else, then we at the DOJ don't have to turn it over. I want to see for myself, with my own eyes, an unredacted email that is not sparing somebody who sounds to me may have been a perpetrator of child rape here, maybe, right? I want to know their name on the email address. I don't just have to trust what Todd tells me. And according to...
We've been spotted.
Chapters advisors are honest. They're not paid to steer you to the plans that brokers are paid to push. They're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide and see prescriptions, your whole situation, and tell you the truth about where you stand.
silent.
Also interesting, this is a 2019 after Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead mysteriously in his jail cell awaiting trial and prosecution. This is October 8th, 2019. And if you look at this email, it actually has a section called co-conspirators, and then it has a section called victims. So co-conspirators are appearing in the victims section.
This should come in handy.
Distinguished from each other. There's a delineation there. Yet according to Todd Blanche, he's protected.
Keep them busy. I'll take care of this myself.
Law enforcement, which makes more sense because there's
You see that? Engaging hostile!
he orders an unredacted copy
Going silent.
What is that? That is cover page, the first page of the indictment that was drafted. I talked about, and it actually says, as you can see your screen right now, United States of America versus Jeffrey Epstein. They were co-defendants in that draft indictment. Co-defendants. People, I want to make sure it's something very clear. If their name is appearing next to Jeffrey Epstein in the style, USA versus Jeffrey Epstein, and it lists those names, those are co-defendants. Those are not just co-conspirators. You can reference somebody in the body of an indictment as a co-conspirator, but they may not be charged. Those people were to be charged by way of that indictment presentation to the grand jury as co-defendants of Jeffrey Epstein. According to Tom Blanche, and Judge Sullivan doesn't believe his word just because it is, according to Tom Blanche, those are victims, and that's why their names are redacted. Now, I am still not happy with Judge Sullivan on three very big areas. One, the handwritten FBI interview notes that were done of the victim who alleges that she was sexually abused and physically beaten by convicted felon Donald Trump. According to Todd Blanche, it's too hard to redact them because you run the risk of exposing the victim's personal identifying information, and that's why he hasn't turned them over. Incoming! Get down!
Could have done this the easy way, though.
Allow me to show you the hard way.
Look left.
Tom Blanche has done so, yes.
shield.
You haven't seen Judge Sullivan say Katie Fang was calm and real.
What did you tell your friends, cousin? You're doing this for love?
You've made representations to the
Shepard, I need a clear path to the gunship. Take out these guards.
Got a clear shot. Here we go. Shields down. Let's tear that thing apart. They're to our left.
I will scour the galaxy for you.
Look right. Going off.
Yes, miss. Put the key up in his face. Yes.
Coming from the right. Here they come.
Katie Fang here. We launched the Katie Fang News Channel in partnership with the Midas Touch Network, so we can bring you the latest and legal news. Straight, no chaser.
Right.
Subscribe button and share.
They're coming from the front. Guiding them? Now you see me. Down we go. Look left. Cloaking.
Yeah, I don't like fighting gunships.
Your sister when will you achieve this? I just smiled already. You could have seen it if you'd come to my birthday party. Everyone stared at her, and she blushed. I'm Vanessa, 30 years old, and I just bought a house. Not just any house, a
sitting in that empty living room with the keys
Kasumi,
in my hand. I felt like I was
if you're seeing this,
This was mine.
it's because I'm dead. The information we found is all here. It's big, Kasumi. If the Council ever got wind of this, the Alliance could be implicated. Kasumi, I encrypted the information to keep it safe. And I uploaded the encryption key to your gray box, so no one could get the whole package. But if I'm dead, and if anyone knows about this, then I've made you a target, my love. I'm so sorry.
Keiji.
I know you, Kasumi. You'll want to keep these memories forever. But you don't need some neural implant to know I'll always be with you. Kasumi, destroy these files. There's nothing more I can do to protect you.
I can't do that. This is all that's left.
Goodbye, Kasumi. I love you.
But I never told them about the job change or the windfall. Why would I? They never asked about my life anyway. My parents, David and Linda, have always been laser focused on Claire. She was the star student, the one who got into the good college, the one who landed.
Is there any way we can just destroy the information?
No. Keiji's a master at encrypting files. He laced the information into his memories. You can't get one without experiencing the other.
The plan was perfect. I'd text everyone about my birthday party. Get them all.
If it's that important to you, keep it. Just make sure you're ready to live with the consequences.
Yeah, I am. I'll stay off the grid. No one will know I exist.
I spent the next 2 weeks getting the house ready. I bought
think
furniture,
I want
hung
this.
pictures, and even planted some new flowers in the garden. Everything had to be perfect for the big reveal. I made a guest list. My parents, Claire, and my closest friends, Sarah, Mike, and Jenny. Sarah and I have been tight since college.
We can use this!
I met at work who became like a brother to me, and Jenny's been my neighbor turned friend for years. The text went out on a Tuesday evening. Hey everyone, I'm throwing a birthday party next Saturday at 7 p.m.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
It's going to be special this year. I attached my new address without explanation, figuring they'd just assume I was renting a new place or something. Then I waited and waited. Usually, my friends respond within hours, but my family, well, they're not exactly prompt with their replies. Sarah texted back within minutes. OMG, yes. New address. Did you move? Can't wait. Mike sent a thumbs up emoji and wouldn't miss it. Jenny called me immediately, demanding details about the special party. But radio silence for my parents and Claire. All week, nothing. Friday night, my phone finally buzzed. A text from my mom, Vanessa, we won't be able to make it to your birthday. Claire got a promotion at work and we're throwing her a celebration party the same night. Sorry, honey, maybe next year. I stared at that message for a solid 5 minutes.
I really appreciate your help with the Hawkeyes. I've been going through Keiji's gray box. It's so nice to have him back. Even in that form, I miss him. Liara Chisoni's got quite a reputation. I've done business with her people before. My heart goes out to Miranda and her sister. That's a rough situation. Come back later. I'm sure I'll have more to talk about.
Let's reschedule. Just Claire's party was more important than mine. Again, I looked around my new living room, at the decorations I'd already started putting up, at the menu I'd planned, at the cake I'd ordered. All of it suddenly felt stupid. Here I was, 30 years old, still hoping my family would show up for me. The worst part? Claire never even texted. Not a happy birthday or, sorry, I'll miss it, Rita. You're having a party. Complete radio silence from my big sister. I sat on my new couch, the first couch I'd ever bought myself, and thought about all the birthdays they missed or forgotten. Last year, they remembered a week late. The year before, it was 3 weeks. The year before that, they sent a card a month after the fact with a note about how busy they'd been.
Alright, scan time.
Just a text or a phone call. No gifts, no effort. Just happy birthday, honey, and that was it. Meanwhile, Claire's birthdays were full productions with family dinners and thoughtful presents. You know what? Screw them. I picked up my phone and called Sarah. Hey, change of plans for Saturday, I said when she answered. It's just going to be us friends. And I have something huge to tell you guys. Everything okay? She asked, hearing something in my voice. More than okay. Just wait until you see where we're partying. If my family couldn't find time for my birthday, they sure as hell didn't deserve to know about my house. This was going to be the best birthday party ever, with the people who actually gave a damn about me. Saturday came and I threw the best damn birthday party
told her about
the startup acquisition and the stock options. It felt so good to share this with people who actually cared. The party was perfect. Everything I wanted, just without the family drama. After everyone left, I sat alone surrounded by empty wine bottles and birthday presents. My phone had been quiet all day. No calls from my parents, no texts from Claire, nothing, not even a happy birthday message. Months passed. My friends knew about the house, but I never told any relatives. I specifically asked my friends not to post about it on social media. I didn't want word getting back to my parents. The silence from my family continued. My mom would text occasionally, short messages about weather, asking if I was eating enough vegetables. Nothing meaningful. Claire never contacted me at all. I threw myself into making the house perfect. I painted rooms, installed new fixtures, and spent weekends in the garden. My neighbors were friendly, and I had regular barbecues with my friends. Life was good. Then, in early March, my phone rang. My mom's name popped up. Vanessa, how are you, honey? Your father and I are having a family dinner next weekend. All the relatives will be there. We haven't seen you in so long. Something in her tone made me suspicious. My mom never called for casual family dinners. There was always an agenda. When is it? I asked. Next Saturday at 6. Can you make it? I'll be there, I said finally. Saturday came, and I baked an apple pie from scratch. I knocked on my parents' door, hearing voices and laughter inside. The dining room table was extended, set for about 12 people. My mom opened the door. Vanessa, you made it. The living room was packed with relatives I hadn't seen in years. Aunt Carol, Uncle Jim, my cousins Mark and Lisa. Everyone rushed over, asking the usual questions. Are you dating anyone? When are you getting married? What are you doing for work? I smiled and gave vague answers. This was exactly why I avoided family gatherings. Everyone always wanted to know why I wasn't married, why I wasn't more successful, why I wasn't more like Claire. Speaking of Claire, I spotted her practically glowing with happiness. There was a guy next to her, tall, expensive suit, arm around her waist. She kept showing off her left hand to the other. Let me take that pie, my mom said, whisking it away to the kitchen before I could protest. My dad steered me toward the dining room. I saw my assigned seat, the very last chair, squeezed into the corner, as far from my parents and Claire as possible. I was literally the afterthought, even at the table arrangement. But honestly, I was almost relieved. I could sit quietly and avoid most of the family interrogation from this spot. Dinner is served, my mom announced. I settled into my corner seat. Everyone was chatting and laughing, passing dishes around. The food was good. My mom had made her usual spread of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and vegetables. I ate quietly, listening to conversations about work and kids and vacation plans. Then my mom stood up and tapped her wine glass with a knife. Everyone, we have some wonderful news to share tonight. The table went quiet. All eyes turned to her. She was beaming.
Pokeballs out.
Excitement. Our Claire has bought herself a beautiful little house. We're so proud of her. Everyone burst into applause. I clapped too, genuinely surprised. Claire had bought a house. When? How had I not heard about this? But that's not all, my mom continued, her voice getting higher with excitement. Claire is also planning to announce her engagement very soon. More applause, even louder this time. Claire was blushing and holding up her left hand, showing off a diamond ring that caught the light. Her boyfriend, no, fiancé, was grinning and accepting congratulations. My dad stood up, raising his wine glass. We have so much to celebrate tonight. So many reasons to be happy. And it's all thanks to our eldest daughter. Our eldest daughter. The way he said it, with such pride and emphasis, made my stomach clench. I'd heard that joke before, the one that implied Claire was the real daughter, the one who mattered. An awkward silence fell over the table. Even the relatives seemed to sense the tension. All eyes were on me now, waiting to see how I'd react to being so obviously excluded from the praise. My mom turned to me with this mocking smile I knew all too well. Claire bought herself the perfect house. Vanessa, when do you think you'll be able to achieve something like that? Or are you planning to keep wandering around rented apartments forever? The table got even quieter. Everyone was staring at me now, waiting for my reaction. I could feel their eyes boring into me, expecting me to get embarrassed, to blush, to cry, to run away like I used to when I was younger. I was used to being compared to Claire. It had been happening my whole life. But my parents used to try to be subtle about it, at least in front of other people. This was different. This was deliberately cruel, designed to humiliate me in front of the entire extended family. But I didn't get embarrassed. I didn't blush. I sure as hell didn't cry. Instead,
launched.
I took a slow sip of water. I cleared my throat and looked my mother straight in the eye.
Launching probe.
Actually, Mom, I already have achieved that. I bought myself a house. The silence that followed my words was
Probe
deafening.
launched.
Every single person at that table stared at me like I just announced I was an alien. My mom's mocking smile froze on her face. My dad's wine glass stopped halfway to his mouth. Even Claire's fiancé looked confused. What? My mom finally managed to say. I said I bought myself a house. I repeated calmly. I've had it for months now. Everyone gasped, literally gasped, like a chorus of shocked relatives all sucking in air at the same time. My mom's face went through about 5 different emotions in 2 seconds. Shock, confusion, anger, and then this weird suspicious look. You bought a house, she said slowly, like she was testing
Launching
words.
probe.
Really? Then why didn't you tell us about it? I smiled at her, the same sweet smile she'd given me moments before.
Probe launched.
You could have seen it if you'd come to my birthday party. After all, I celebrated my last
Launching
birthday
probe.
in my new home. More gasps. Aunt Carol dropped her fork. Uncle Jim's mouth actually fell open.
Probe away.
Your birthday party, Aunt Carol said, turning to my mom. Linda, why didn't you go to Vanessa's birthday party? My mom's face was getting red now. She was opening and closing her mouth like a fish, clearly trying to think of an explanation that wouldn't make her look terrible. We had a scheduling conflict, she said weakly. A scheduling conflict, I said, my voice still perfectly calm. Is that what we're calling it? Because I remember the exact words you used, Mom. You said Claire's promotion party was more important than my birthday. The relatives all turned to look at my mom with these questioning expressions. I could see the wheels turning in their
Probe away.
heads, trying to figure out what kind of parents would skip their daughter's birthday for a work party. That's not, you're exaggerating, my mom said desperately. Am I? Because not only did you miss my birthday, but you
Probe
missed
away.
several others too. In fact, you haven't come to any of my celebrations in 6 years. You usually forget about my birthday entirely and congratulate me a week or month later. The silence was getting uncomfortable now. All the relatives were looking back and forth between me and my parents like they were watching a tennis match. Uncle Jim cleared his throat. 6 years? You haven't been to Vanessa's birthday in 6 years? Aunt Carol was looking at my mom with this expression I'd never seen before, like she was seeing her sister in a completely different light. Linda, she said slowly, you told everyone that you had the perfect family, that you loved both daughters equally. You said Vanessa didn't come to family events because she hadn't achieved anything in life. Oh, that was interesting. So my mom had been talking shit about me to the relatives, painting me as the loser daughter who was too embarrassed to show her face at family gatherings. I never said that, my mom protested, but her voice was shaking. You did, Aunt Carol said firmly. You said Vanessa was a failure who couldn't get her life together. But if she's a failure, how did she buy a house? And why didn't you go to her birthday parties? Uncle Jim was nodding now. Linda, this doesn't sound like equal treatment to me. It sounds like favoritism. Favoritism, my dad sputtered. That's ridiculous. We treat both our daughters the same. I almost laughed out loud at that. Really, Dad? When's the last time you forgot Claire's birthday? When's the last time you skipped one of her celebrations for someone else's party? He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it again.
Launching
Because
probe.
we all knew the answer. Never. They never forgot Claire's birthday or missed one of her events. This is getting out of hand, my mom said. Her voice
Launching
getting shrill.
probe.
Vanessa, you're making us look bad in front of everyone.
Probe
I'm not
launched.
making you look bad, Mom. I'm just telling the truth. The truth about how you've treated me for years. Claire, who had been sitting there in stunned silence this whole time, finally spoke up. Vanessa, you're ruining everything. This was supposed to be a celebration. A celebration of what? Your house, your engagement. Because it's always about you, isn't it, Claire? Everything is always about you. That's not fair, she said. Her voice was weak.
Probe launched.
Isn't it? Tell me, Claire, when's the last time you called me? When's the last time you even sent me a text that wasn't about you? She stared at me,
Probe
clearly
launched.
trying to think of an answer. The silence stretched on. I can put all of your late birthday messages in our family group chat, I said conversationally. The one that includes most of the people sitting at this
Launching
table.
probe.
Then everyone can see exactly how this family treats me. Vanessa, stop. My mom hissed through clenched teeth. Stop what? Stop telling the truth. Stop
Launching
defending
probe.
myself. Or stop embarrassing you in front of everyone. Cousin Mark, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly spoke up. Wait, so you really bought a house? Like, actually bought one? 3 bedrooms, outdoor terrace, beautiful garden, I said. I've been living there for months. That's amazing, he said. Congratulations.
Probe away.
Thank you, Mark. It's nice to have someone in the family congratulate me for once. That hit home. you pretend to have versus what kind of family you actually have. My mom stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Vanessa, you need to leave, right now. I looked around the table at all the shocked faces staring back at me. These people had believed for years that I was the family failure, the daughter who couldn't get her life together. Now they were seeing the real story. You know what, Mom? I think you're right. I should leave. I stood up slowly, smoothing down my dress. But not because I'm embarrassed or ashamed. I'm leaving because I'm tired of pretending that this family dysfunction is normal. The silence followed me all the way to the front door. I could hear but I didn't look back. I got home that night feeling lighter than I had in years. The confrontation had been brutal, but necessary. For the first time in my life.
Alright, I need to go check my laundry. And quick bathroom break. Right back. Hang tight.
Then my dad called, then Claire. I ignored them all. The next morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls and a bunch of text messages. I made coffee and sat on my terrace, waiting for the words choking liquor. My mom, Vanessa, embarrassed us in the mirror.
Alright, folks, this is going to take about an extra 10 or 15 minutes. I just finished my laundry in the washer and dryer. I got to go put it away before my shit starts to wrinkle, so hang on. All right, sorry about that.
Understands people who weaponize tears. That was how I met Deborah Klein, a quiet attorney with sharp eyes. I brought her the alleged letter, the county file, the church bulletin, screenshots, and the funeral photo. She studied the letter under a desk lamp. The notarization is wrong, she said. Wrong how? The stamp format is too new for the date, and the paper has no fold marks, no aging, no mailing crease. Do you have James's old files? I almost did. James kept toaster receipts. His study became our evidence room. Zoe and I opened blue folders labeled in James's neat handwriting. Foster papers, adoption finalization, medical permission, school records, birthday letters. In the bottom drawer behind tax files, I found a folder labeled Celine, first year. Inside were notes James had written to himself when I first came home. How I slept with a chair against my door. How I arranged my books by size. How I pretended not to like pancakes. Then ate 4 when he stepped outside to get the paper. I had to press my fist to my mouth. Then Zoe found another contradiction. A county letter from the same week as Nathaniel's proposed agreement stated that my biological parents had declined all future contact and requested no updates except legal confirmation. Declined all future contact. Nathaniel's letter said temporary. The county record said go. Deborah tapped the fake signature. Contradiction helps. Hard proof is better. Let him create more records. So I stopped replying. Nathaniel hated silence. Within days, he sent a formal demand letter claiming promised family restitution. He copied my board chair, 2 donors, and the director of our housing project. Andrew posted that I was letting my sick parents suffer while sitting on stolen family wealth. A woman from church messaged me a photo of Marjorie beside a donation box labeled Ward Family Legal Fund. Behind the box was an old family photo. My face had been circled in red. Maybe she remembers where she came from. I did remember. That was their problem. The public humiliation came at a community center meeting for the housing project we were naming after James. The room was full of donors, local officials, former foster youth, and neighbors. I was standing near a display board when the side doors opened. Nathaniel walked in with Marjorie, Andrew, the church elder, and 2 women already holding up phones. My board chair, Thomas Reed, stepped toward me, but Nathaniel raised his voice first. I am not here to make a scene, he said while making one. I am here to ask my daughter to remember the parents who gave her life. People turned, phones lifted higher. He faced the crowd. She builds homes for strangers while her own mother may lose hers. She speaks of compassion with a locked heart. Marjorie looked at the floor. Andrew added, she always needed attention. Now she has money too. He crawled up my neck. Some people looked sympathetic, some looked curious. Some looked like they had already picked the crying mother over the quiet daughter because that story was easier. I could have defended myself. I could have shown every paper right there. But Deborah stood near the bench. As I had asked her to attend, she gave the smallest shake of her head. Not yet. So I took the microphone. This meeting is about housing for young people who leave foster care without family support. I said, some people in this room understand why that matters more than others. We will continue. Nathaniel smiled like he had won because I refused to fight. But silence is not surrender when someone else is being recorded. The next morning, Thomas called an emergency board meeting. Not because he believed Nathaniel, he said, but because donors were concerned. Concerned, that polite word reputation uses when it gets nervous. Deborah told me to show only one document, so I gave the board the county page showing permanent voluntary relinquishment and the reason listed as female child after birth of male infant. Thomas read it twice and removed his glasses. Elena, a former foster youth on the advisory committee, whispered, they wrote that down? Yes, I said. The room changed. Not completely, but enough. Thomas postponed any decision. One donor asked whether I had more documentation. Deborah answered for me. We do, she said, and we are giving Mr. Ward a chance to submit his proof under his own signature. The chance arrived through the church. The elder requested a mediated family meeting before Sunday service to prevent further harm. Deborah drafted my reply. I would attend with counsel. I would allow the church board to review Nathaniel's claims if he submitted his document in writing. Nathaniel agreed within an hour. Greed makes impatient people feel organized. The meeting was held in a church classroom with children's drawings on the wall. Nathaniel sat with his lawyer, Marjorie, Andrew, and the elder. I sat with Deborah and Thomas. Zoe waited outside with a sealed binder. Nathaniel placed his envelope on the table like a winning card. James Calder knew he was preserving my daughter's future for this family. He said he was decent, but he overstepped. In my coat pocket, I held James's spare brass key. I brought it because my hands needed something on it. Deborah asked where he got the letter. James mailed it. Nathaniel said, why are there no fold marks? His lawyer shifted. Are we here to heal or nitpick paper? Nathaniel snapped. Then Marjorie made the mistake that opened everything. She whispered, Nathaniel, please. Deborah turned gently. Mrs. Ward, did you see this letter before last month? Marjorie looked at Nathaniel. He stared back like obedience could be dragged out of her by habit. I saw him printing something, she said. Andrew snapped, Mom, stop talking. Deborah opened her binder. We have a written statement from the notary listed on this letter denying she notarized it. We have commission records showing the stamp could not have existed on the printed date. We have county records showing the board declined future contact. We have image analysis showing the funeral photo was cropped from the live stream, not taken from Mr. Ward's attendance. We also have screenshots of fundraising materials used. The elder went pale. Nathaniel's lawyer closed his folder. Deborah slid one final page forward. And because Mr. Ward submitted this document today as part of a financial demand, this is no longer only a family matter. Nathaniel stood. He went
launched.
I should have protected you, she said. Her voice broke on protected like the word had finally become too heavy. I know that does not fix anything. I just wanted to say it once without him in the room. I saved it, not because it healed me, because truth had been rare in her voice, and I wanted proof it happened. The fallout kept moving quietly. The church removed Nathaniel from its finance committee. The legal fund money was returned. Thomas and the board voted unanimously to keep the project with my firm. After reviewing the documents, one donor doubled her pledge. A local reporter published a piece about adult adoptees, public pressure, and the danger of turning private abandonment into community fundraising. She did not make me look perfect. She printed the records. That was enough. Nathaniel sent one last handwritten letter. He said James had stolen my loyalty. He said blood should have counted. He said money had made me whole. At the bottom, he wrote, "You will regret closing this door." I put that letter in the same drawer as the fake one, not because it deserved space in my home, but because someday my memory might try to soften him. I wanted the truth where I could find it, and I changed the locks. The locksmith was a young woman with a braid and a toolbox covered in stickers. She worked while I stood on the porch watching the old hardware come loose. When she handed me the new keys, they were plain and heavier than they looked. Want the old ones? She asked. I thought of Nathaniel on the porch, Marjorie with the moon clip, Andrew's comments, the bulletin, the fake signature, the donation box. I thought of James dropping his key in the brass dish every evening, making the house sound safe. No, I said, throw them away. A month later, the James Connor house opened. It was not a mansion or a monument. It was a warm brick building with small apartments for young people leaving foster care, a counseling office downstairs, a community kitchen, and a wall of mailboxes with real locks and real names. On opening day, I did not mention forgiveness or Nathaniel. I did not turn my pain into a performance for people who wanted an easy ending. I watched a young woman hold her own key for the first time. She rubbed her thumb over the teeth of it like she was checking whether it was real. "This is mine?" she asked. Elena smiled. "Yes, no one can take it back tonight." In the small office behind the lobby, I placed James's brass key dish on a wooden shelf. Beside it, I set the first birthday card he ever gave me. Not the adoption papers, not the estate documents, not the headline, just a bulletin with handwriting. "You do not have to earn breakfast here. You only have to come downstairs." That was the fortune he gave me before money ever entered the room. Marjorie mailed the moon hair clip to my office 2 weeks later with no note. I kept it, but not in the key dish. I placed it in a small box labeled before, then slid the box into the back of a drawer I rarely open. Some memories do not deserve the center of the room. On the first quiet evening after the building opened, I returned to James's house and stood in the entryway. The new key turned smoothly. The porch lamp came on. The brass dish waited on the table, empty and open. I dropped my keys into it. For the first time in my life, the sound did not ask who had given me away. It answered who had stayed. My sister added me to a secret family group chat by accident. They were planning Christmas without me. 47 messages. Mom wrote, "Make sure she doesn't find out." My brother replied, "Just tell her the wrong date like last year." I screenshotted everything. Then I sent one message to the chat. "Merry Christmas. Your realtor will explain the rest." The next day, my mother stood in a model home office holding a folder with my name on it and learned the signature she had counted on was never coming. The notification came while I was sitting outside a pharmacy, waiting for a refill and wondering why my insurance card had just been declined. The group name popped up across my phone. Grand Christmas plan. Before I could open it, my younger sister Rose texted me privately. "Wrong chat. Nobody says that unless they already know what is inside can hurt you." So I read it. At first, it looked harmless. Mom asked who was bringing dessert. Dad asked if the game would be on. My older brother Nathan said he could get time off from the dealership. Brooke sent tree emojis like we were still the kind of family that did cute things without teeth underneath. Then the messages changed. Tom wrote, "Audrey thinks we are doing Christmas on Saturday. Keep it that way." Nathan answered, "Just tell her the wrong date like last year. She will say she is busy and be lazy." Dad wrote, "Less drama at the table." Brooke wrote, "What if she sees the new place?" New place. I sat there in the pharmacy lot while cars backed out around me and strangers carried paper bags to their trunks.
Pokeballs out.
Then Mom said the line that turned my stomach cold. "Make sure she doesn't find out until after the signing." Audrey gets sentimental and starts asking questions. After the signing, I screenshotted every message from the top. My hands shook so badly I had to redo 2 of them. The thread kept moving. Nathan wrote, "Karen said if Audrey causes trouble, the approval could be delayed." Mom replied, "She won't." I sent her the form as a holiday update. She never reads attachments. That was the first crack. Earlier that week, Mom had emailed me a file called Family Address Update. She said it was for Christmas cards because she and Dad were downsizing and needed everyone's information organized. I had opened it during lunch, seed boxes and signature lines, and almost signed because that was what I did in my family. I signed, I drove, I paid deposit, I called offices, I made problems smaller so everyone else could keep calling me dramatic, but my printer had jammed, and for once, inconvenience saved me. At home, I opened the so-called address update. It was not a Christmas card form. It was a borrower occupancy statement and gift letter packet for a townhouse in a new development outside Millfield. My mother had filled in half the blanks already. My name appeared as an adult household member. My address appeared under current residence. The packet said I was giving financial support toward
Launching probe.
I called it the only thing in my apartment that had ever belonged to someone who saw me. Inside the top drawer, I kept the serious papers, divorce decree, car title, clinic license, grandma's birthday cards written in blue ink. I laid Mom's packet beside those cards, a secret Christmas, a wrong date, a signing, a realtor named Karen, a townhouse I was not supposed to see. Christmas was not the point. Christmas was the curtain. The next morning, Mom called before coffee. Sweetheart, she said, warm and smooth. Did you get my little form? I did. Good. Sign where I marked and send it back before Friday. The realtor wants the family file tidy. What family file? For the townhouse, honey. We told you. Your father and I are downsizing. You told me you were looking. Well, now we found one. Don't make this a project. A project? Her word for any question she did not want to answer. Why does the form say I live with you? She laughed once. Because it's family paperwork. They use silly wording. You know paperwork. I did know paperwork. That was her mistake. At the clinic, I could not focus. Patients checked in, phones rang, the printer jammed again, like it had an opinion. Around lunch, our billing assistant Marisol stepped into my office. She was older than me and had the blunt mercy of a woman who had survived enough nonsense to stop decorating truth. You look like you slept in your car, she said. I almost said I was fine. Instead, I turned the screen toward her. She read the packet silently. Her face changed at the gift letter. Do not sign this. I wasn't going to. I mean, don't even say maybe. This is not a holiday form. This is a loan file. She had worked at a bank before the clinic. She explained that listing me as a possible contributor would help my parents qualify. A gift letter could explain money they did not actually have. Old statements and signature samples could make a sloppy file look familiar. At the top of the packet was Whitfield Homes Realty. Karen Mills, buyer agent. I called Karen from the supply room. This is Audrey Grant. I believe my name is connected to a purchase file for Diane and Glenn Grant. I need to confirm what documents you have. Karen sounded friendly at first. Oh, Audrey, yes, your mother said you were hard to reach during business hours. We still need your signed occupancy form and gift letter before underwriting clears conditions. Underwriting. The word made the floor feel thin. I have not agreed to live there, contribute money, or sign anything. Her voice changed. I think we should pause this until everyone is on the same page. That night, Mom invited me to a quick family dinner near my apartment. I almost refused, but Marisol told me, let people talk when they think you're behind. They hand you the map. So I went. Nathan was there with his wife, Paige. Brooke sat beside Mom, twisting her bracelet. Dad stared at the menu like it might open into a tunnel. Mom smiled at my purse. Did you bring the form? I brought questions. Nathan leaned back. Here we go. Mom kept her voice sweet enough for nearby tables. Audrey is making the townhouse paperwork harder than it needs to be. Paige looked confused. Brooke looked at her lap. It's a signature, Nathan said. You sign things all day at your little front desk job. Words were quiet enough to deny, loud enough to cut. My job is not the issue. Mom reached into her purse and slid a printed copy toward me. Sign it now, and we can enjoy dinner. My name waited on the line. No. The table changed. Dad finally looked at me. Mom's smile tightened. Then she said the sentence I still remember exactly. You were easier to love, but you needed less room. It landed softly, which made it worse. I picked up the paper, folded it, and put it in my purse. Mom reached for it. Audrey, I'm keeping this copy. Nathan laughed. Sure. Was I wrong for feeling humiliated there? Not because they asked for help, but because they made me look cold for refusing a paper they had hidden from me. If you have ever been made to look difficult for asking one clear question, please like this, so I know I am not the only one who sees that trick. And if you think I should have handled that table differently, tell me, because I questioned myself the whole drive home. The next morning, the stronger sign came. A woman from a mortgage company called the clinic and asked for me by my full name. She said she was verifying my employment for a home loan condition. I did not apply for a home loan, I said. Oh, she answered, and the friendliness drained as you are listed as an adult household occupant and contributor. I am neither. She emailed the release form while I stood in the supply room between boxes of gloves. When I opened it, I saw my typed name and a signature that looked close to mine. The tall A leaned forward, the Y did not move. Someone had copied the idea of my handwriting without knowing the habit of it. I printed it and felt something inside me shift from hurt to procedure. I emailed Karen, the loan processor, and the mortgage company's fraud intake address. I stated that I had not agreed to be an occupant, contributor, gift donor, or applicant. I attached my license, the suspicious employment release, the secret chat screenshots, and a clean copy of my real signature from a notarized clinic document. I asked for written confirmation that my name would be removed from the file, then I waited. Mom called 3 times. I did not answer. Nathan texted, stop acting weird. Brooke texted, Mom says you're scaring her. Dad texted, just talk to your mother. Nobody texted, did someone sign your name? Christmas Eve gave me the heart over. Our clinic printer keeps a short scan history. I knew that because I was the one who cleared jams and called tech support. While scanning patient forms, I noticed an old file in the queue, Grant Form's final. I clicked it. It was the same employment release with the wrong signature. The scan source showed our clinic printer after closing on the previous Friday, when my mother had stopped by with cookies for the office. She had hugged Marisol, called everyone sweet, and asked to use the restroom. The restroom was past my office. My desk drawer had not been locked because I had been foolish enough to believe my mother did not require a locked drawer. I checked the security clock. There she was in the hallway. Cream coat, cookie tin, purse over her shoulder. She walked past the restroom and into my office. She stayed inside for several minutes. When she came out, her purse was pressed flat against her side. No sound, none needed. The timestamp matched the printer queue. I called Dr. Patel, the clinic owner. My voice Launching probe. Accessed personal paperwork. He did not ask if I was sure. He said, send me the timestamps. We'll preserve the footage. Authority changes the air around a lie. By evening, he sent the exported clip with one clean sentence. Attached is hallway footage showing unauthorized entry into your office by visitor Diane Grant. Visitor, not mother. That word helped me breathe. I forwarded the clip, the printer queue screenshot, the fake release, the packet, and the group chat screenshots to Karen, the loan processor, and a lawyer named Elise Warner, who Marisol helped me find. Elise called it done. Do not speak to your family about the file, she said. Do not sign anything. Do not delete anything. Let the lender and broker respond in writing. What about Christmas? That part is yours. I opened the secret chat. Mom wrote, tomorrow is our fresh start. No negativity. Nathan replied, after signing, Audrey can pout all she wants. Dad sent a thumbs up. Brooke wrote nothing. I typed my one line into the chat, but did not send it yet. Merry Christmas. Your realtor will explain the rest. Christmas morning, I drove to the storage facility where Mom's decorations were stacked under my name. The gate code worked even though the office was closed. Inside my unit, 3 plastic bins sat in the corner. I opened the top one and lifted out Grandma Margaret's red velvet tree skirt, folded between tissue paper and glass ornaments. Grandma had sewn it before I was born. Mom called it hers because she had used it for years. Grandma once told me, take what has your name on it before people call it shared. I folded the tree skirt into a clean bag and locked the unit. At 9:15, the secret chat buzzed. Mom sent a photo from the clubhouse fireplace. Her, Dad, Nathan, Paige, and Brooke. Brooke stood at the edge like she wished the floor would take her. Mom wrote, perfect morning. Nathan wrote, almost official. Then Karen emailed me and Elise. The purchase file had been suspended due to disputed documentation and unauthorized use of personal information. No signing would occur until the matter was investigated, and every involved party gave verified consent. She would be contacting Diane and Glenn directly. I read it once, then I opened the group chat and sent my line. Merry Christmas. Your realtor will explain the rest. For a minute, nothing moved. Then typing bubbles appeared and vanished. Brooke, Mom, Nathan, Dad. Nobody sent a word. The call started after that. Mom first, Nathan, Mom again, Dad, Brooke. My phone lit up until the screen stayed warm in my hand. I did not answer. Nathan texted, what did you do to the loan? Mom texted, you embarrassed us in front of Karen. Dad wrote, please answer. Brooke wrote, I'm sorry. I should have said something. Then Mom left a voicemail. Audrey, this is not how family handles misunderstandings. You made us look dishonest. Made us look, not I am sorry, not what did we do. Made us look Nathan left wrong too. You had no right to contact the lender. That townhouse was Mom's chance to breathe. You always have to prove you're smarter. I saved both. At 10:30, I answered Mom's call. How could you do this on Christmas? She cried. We planned it for Christmas. We were trying to make a home with my name. You are our daughter. Then why wasn't I invited? Silence. Then Nathan in the background said, put her on speaker. Good. I wanted the room to hear. I saw the chat. I said, I saw the packet. I saw the employment release with the signature that is not mine. I have the footage of Mom entering my office, and the lender has it too. Dad said one word. Diane. Mom snapped. I grew up in this family. You were using me without asking. Nathan cut in. It is my paperwork. It is my paperwork. You act like we stole from you. I looked at the storage unit door. At the clean line where my key had turned, you used my old bank statement. Someone signed my name. Mom went into my office. The file is suspended because records matter. Mom shifted into the soft voice. Honey, your brother was under pressure. We thought you would understand. No, I thought I would sign before I understood. Whispered, Mom, tell her you're sorry. Mom did not. Elise had given me one sentence to end the call. Any further discussion about the mortgage file, the documents, or the unauthorized office entry can go through my attorney. Then I hung up. The fallout came in pieces. The lender withdrew the approval and closed the file pending review. Karen removed herself as their agent. The townhouse developer released the unit to another buyer in January. Dr. Patel banned my mother from the clinic property and changed our visitor policy. Marisol put a lockbox in my office drawer and said, for anything with your name on it. Dad called 2 weeks later. You should have stopped it. Yes, I told myself it was just forms. It wasn't. I know. He did not ask me to forgive him, which was the only reason I kept listening. He admitted Nathan was deeper in debt than anyone had said. Private loan, missed truck payments, credit cards Mom had quietly covered. The townhouse was supposed to lower my parents' bills so she could keep rescuing him. And me? I asked Dad to stay quiet. I did not rescue him from that silence. Finally, he said, your mother said you would sign if she made it sound routine. There it was. The whole family portrait in one sentence. Not Audrey will help. Audrey will sign. Brooke came to my apartment the next week with red eyes and a grocery store plan. I added you to the chat on purpose, she said before I even let her in. I stared at her. I didn't know about the signature. I knew about the wrong date and the townhouse. I was scared to tell you directly, so I added you and pretended it was an accident. A mistake had not been a mistake. It had been the only brave thing Brooke knew how to do. I let her in, but I did not let her off. At my kitchen table, I told her trust would take time. If she knew something was being done to me again, she needed to tell me plainly or stay out of my life. She wiped her face and nodded. I didn't do that. Mom sent one long email in March. It had stress, excuses, Nathan's problems, and one sentence near the bottom. I am sorry if you felt excluded. If you felt, I forwarded it to Elise and did not answer. In April, I closed the storage unit. I gave Mom 30 days to pick up what was hers through the facility office. No phone calls, no personal drop-offs, no, can you just bring it when you come? She came with Dad and a borrowed SUV on the last Saturday. I did not go. The manager emailed me when the unit was empty. That evening, I drove there alone. The orange door rolled up with a hollow rattle. The unit was bare except for dust left him in May and sent me one message saying she was tired of grand business meeting secrets. I wished her well. Mom still tells relatives I overreacted to a misunderstanding. That is fine. Some people need a softer version of themselves to sleep at night. The people who mattered saw enough. Karen saw the file, the lender saw the forged release, Dr. Patel saw the footage, Brooke saw the chat, Dad saw the folder on the clubhouse table, and I saw the difference between being needed and being loved. The next Christmas, I stayed in my apartment. Brooke came by with cinnamon rolls and knocked instead of using a spare key I no longer kept outside. Dad called in the afternoon. We spoke for 9 minutes. He did not mention Mom. I did not ask. Mom texted at dinner, thinking of you. Hope your day is peaceful. Maybe she meant it. Maybe she wanted a door to open. I read it, set the phone down, and did not reply. That night, I spread Grandma's red velvet tree skirt under my little apartment tree. The ceramic angel Dad who mailed me sat on the writing desk, his mirrored wing catching the lamplight. On the lowest branch, I hung one plain brass key from an old ring, not because it opened anything anymore, but because it reminded me that access is not love, and love does not need a forged signature to prove where it belongs.
Probe launched.
Hey y'all, it's Jordan here with Squid, who's a foodie and fry enthusiast. Squid, you don't listen? That was Tampa police officer Kajin Marshall explaining that the taser was a friendly option. But this was not his first body cam scandal. Tampa disciplined him, removed him from his squad, and transferred him out of the neighborhood. Because when the officer is the problem, apparently you move the neighborhood.
Away.
Well, it changed the location.
Probe launched.
Different year, different member of the public, same behavior. An absolutely stunning achievement in police reform. Tampa finally fired him after the 2026 incident. The full
launched.
and the warning Tampa already had is linked below. Thin blue lies, baby. That was Tampa police officer.
Launching probe.
What's your most creative random facts about all the dogs were again this spot?
I walked away from my family 6 years ago with $300 and one backpack. They told everyone I was selfish. Last month, my brother searched my name online. He called my mom crying, then my dad, then my sister. Within 48 hours, I had 37 missed calls. They all said the same 3 words: sign it over. The first voicemail came while I was standing in the supply closet at Juniper Table, where I managed vendor orders. Kyle sounded rushed. Lena, call Mom. There's paperwork. You need to sign it over. Then my mother, Diane, using her soft church voice. Sweetheart, your father is under stress. Just sign it over. Then Meredith, who had not spoken to me since the night my parents carried my boxes to the porch. Don't make this ugly. You already left. Just sign it over. I set the clipboard down because 6 years earlier, I had left Ridgewood, Ohio, after my family told everyone I abandoned them. They never said I had spent years keeping their house alive.
Probe away.
Pokeballs out!
Watching Meredith's children and cleaning up Kyle's messes. They called it family. I called it being used until I was hollow. The night I left, my backpack sat by my feet in the kitchen. My mother folded her arms and said, "A daughter who walks away was never worth keeping." Kyle laughed softly. Meredith looked at her phone. My father wiped the same clean counter. I waited for one person to say my name like I mattered. No one did. So I picked up the backpack and walked out. I slept my first night behind a bus station in Columbus because the shelter was full. By the end of the week, I was on a bus to Oregon. In my backpack, I kept Grandma Ruth's photo with a small brass key. The key is for the little room she had told me when I was a child. The only room where I ever felt like myself. The little room was a narrow sunroom at the back of the house. One scraps and a crooked desk. After Grandma Ruth died, my mother cleared it fast. I asked for the key. She said she threw it away. Portland did not save me quickly. I worked grocery shifts, then bakery shifts, then inventory because numbers felt safer than people. I rented a studio above a laundromat and bought one chipped white mug. Nobody there knew I was Diane Lawson's difficult daughter. Then Kyle searched my name. I found out later why. My parents were trying to sell Grandma Ruth's house. Dad's work had slowed. Meredith's divorce was expensive, and Kyle's shop had collapsed. The house was supposed to fix it all, except the title company found a recorded life use clause tied to the sunroom. Grandma Ruth had filed it through Mr. Bell. If the house was sold, the beneficiary had to release that room first. The beneficiary was that was why they called, because they needed my signature. I ignored the clause until my mother launched my work account. Lena, your father and I are selling the house. Your grandmother was confused near the end. Sign the release today. Do not drag old feelings into adult matters. Grandma Ruth had not been confused. She remembered recipes, birthdays, and the sound my mother made when she lied. I printed the email and searched the county record. There it was. Ruth Elaine Lawson, sunroom reservation, beneficiary, Helena May Lawson. Nobody called me that except Grandma Ruth. The next morning I called Mr. Bell's office. His assistant Marcy answered. Mr. Bell
launched.
Certified. It was signed for Diane Lawson. I looked in the backpack by my door. My mother had signed for the notice and hidden it. That night, I answered her call. Well, Mom said, you finally picked up. What do you need me to sign? A soft laugh. Do not act like a stranger. This is still your family home. You told everyone I abandoned it. You put my things on the porch. We were making choices. What choice did Grandma Ruth make? The line changed. That old woman filled your head with nonsense, Mom said. She left me the sunroom. She left everyone problems. That is what bitter people do. There was the first crack. I am not signing today. Then you are stealing from your father. I need to review the paperwork. You are not qualified to review anything. Then I will find someone who is. Do you want the town to know you are blocking your sick father from selling his house? Dad was not sick. He had high blood pressure and a habit of letting her speak for him. I want the truth. You always did want attention. Then she hung up. By the end of the week, Ridgewood knew her version. My cousin Patricia messaged me first. Your mom is saying you are holding the house hostage. I typed, is that what you think? Her answer came slowly. I think your mom says things loudly when she is scared. Then she forwarded my mother's post from the Ridgewood Neighbors group. Please pray for our family. Sometimes people forget where they came from when money is involved. The former teacher wrote, such a shame after all Diane did for that girl. That girl? I was 30, paying my own rent, managing bakery accounts, and still, back there, I was that girl. The pressure followed me to work. My boss, Jess, came in holding a printed website form. Do you know someone named Diane Lawson? She asked. The form said I was unstable and using company resources to harass elderly parents over a property dispute. It asked Juniper Table to encourage me to do the right thing. Do I need to worry? About me? No. About my mother embarrassing me from across the country? Maybe. So I told her. The backpack, the porch, the calls, the hidden notice, Grandma Ruth's room. Jess tapped the complaint. People telling the truth usually do not email your boss first. I laughed once, but nothing about it was funny. Was I wrong for feeling more embarrassed than angry right there? Part of me still wanted to hide, like I had done something shameful by not obeying fast enough. If you think I was not wrong for wanting proof before signing away the only thing my grandmother left me, please give
Thank you to everyone who rated the fuck in today, everyone who showed the fuck up. But it is getting to be about that time of the evening.
Every time my family reached across the country to pull me back into shame, I printed proof and placed it inside. Voicemails, emails, screenshots, Meredith asking if I enjoyed punishing everyone, Kyle saying I lost my right to care. Then came the public trap. Ridgewood was hosting a Founders Day fundraiser for the old library. My mother was on the committee. The buyer had promised a donation after closing, so the sale had been folded into the event like it was done. Patricia called late on Sunday. Your mother is telling people you already agreed to sign. There will be a thank you board with the Lawson name on it. I opened the gray folder. When is the event? Friday. I think I should come home. No. Patricia whispered, I think you have to. Just approved my time off and flew with me. Take the folder, she said, and take someone not afraid of your mother. The next morning, I met Mr. Bell and Marcy. Marcy handed me a yellow envelope. Your grandmother asked that this be given to you if the sunroom was ever challenged. Inside were the clause, Mom signed receipt, Grandma Ruth's letter, and a photograph of the sunroom desk. On the back were 6 words. First day of settlement. Marcy opened another file. Your family says the fire has been released. It had your typed name and was printed. There was the middle twist. My mother had built a story that
All right, we are going to raid to a King Corrupt. Be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, all right? We really appreciate it. It makes our day. It makes this job worth doing. As viewers, or as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we can't do this job without them, frankly, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, I will be back on Tuesday, motherfuckers, so I will see you then. This is your immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out saying, see you fuckers later.